maybe we'll have, Jennifer was not gonna make the workshop, is that right?
Oh, that's right.
She couldn't make the workshop, so, is anyone able to take notes as needed?
Not it.
I'm really bad at it. She can attest to that.
I can.
You're very correct.
I don't,
Don't need to?
No,
Well,
you take good notes. You got it.
Not the best on an iPad.
sure, yeah, I'm just trying to think, well, okay, let's go ahead and get started, 5:05. So now, I think we're live, right, I believe, so. Welcome, everyone, hopefully you can hear me, is there a mic nearby? There is. So, yeah, welcome to the June 2022 MSA School Board Workshop, 5 o'clock workshop. So we have 3 topics tonight, we're just talking through, our secretary is running a little late, hopefully they'll be here for the workshop or for the meeting. So I think we have the diversity, equity, and inclusion discussion in terms of the training. I don't think there'll be a lot of notes there. The director survey results, which we can talk through and see what we want to do for notes for that one. And then strategic plan, we have already the plan, so there's not a lot of notes for that. I don't think it's going to be a lot of notes. I can type as we go through too. I did come back from vacation and I brought some snacks, so please help yourself. I have not tried these ones, so I apologize. But
Little school boy.
if you're,
What does that stand for?
It's little school boy.
What is
Little
petite
school boy.
écolier?
little school, yeah, little school.
Little school boy, I
Boy,
think.
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't read that in French, but yeah, try some. Keep the sugar flowing, because we have an action-packed agenda tonight. It's going to be
Action packed.
all hands on deck to try to keep on task so that we can try to get done in a reasonable time, except for Michelle who will be excused early.
Yes.
Yes.
Been waiting.
So why don't we go ahead and get
Pretty
started?
early.
The DEI Inclusion Board and Staff Training. Ms. Cecilia, if you want to start talking through it, or?
Sure. So, and I meant to get a little table put together, and I didn't get it put together, but I can get it to you after. You know, as you know, when you read the report of the investigation, you know, just estimating, it's like 3/4 of the findings in the report actually were about board governance and the need to improve governance at MSA. And so, I think that it's important for the board to commit to participating and receiving quite a bit of training on 2 major areas. One is around governance and the board's role and the administrator's role, and then the other is, of course, around the other kinds of things in the report. So, just diversity, equity, inclusion topics, enough so that you can do your jobs. And, you know, one of the issues that came up in the report was this idea that, you know, complaints had come forward about practices here that were potentially, had the potential to be discriminatory, and those went, I don't want to say unnoticed or not responded to, but they continued to happen, so they weren't effectively dealt with. And so, you know, a big thing that this report is calling for, and our authorizer is calling for too, and I talked to her on my drive over, you know, is for the board to receive quite a bit of training and make some changes. So that's in general, but you know, they're in the 2 areas, governance, which I'm excited that we're going to have a conversation about tonight, and then, you know, things that are practices that we need to address to stop anything that could potentially be discriminatory against any protected class. Kids with disabilities was what was called out here, kids of color to a lesser degree. So,
Did you want to at this time go through, and we didn't align, sorry, but on the specific training that we were talking about with
yes,
Paula?
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the reminder. I did take my grandkids to the beach today, so I'm having a hard time like shifting gears, or the pool. So Regarding training on diversity, equity, inclusion, this is something our school needs too. And not just because of the report, but the report itself is obviously compelling. I sought out some recommendations and found overwhelmingly a woman named Paula Forbes was recommended by superintendents and by our lawyer, Laura Booth. We had 2 organizations to consider, and the other one came highly regarded too, but we would like to go with Paula Forbes to train the board and the school. And one of the reasons that we like Paula is because she works closely with boards on governance that is around how they respond to racial harm and other kinds of harm that could happen in schools to students and potentially to staff. So Paula has a great reputation. She has a couple staff that she uses when maybe to make her a little more affordable. So she would work with our staff a couple of 3 or 4 times maybe during the year, and she would work with the board at least twice. I don't have a proposal from her yet, but I expect that Dan and I will have a conversation with her this week to make sure we're on the same page about what you guys need and want, and then we can get a proposal. And our authorizer is committed to helping support some of this financially. She can pitch in some few $1,000s towards some training, so that's really nice. Thank you for reminding me, Jeff.
When we talked, and we haven't had a chance to catch up with Paula just yet, I think you have done more than me, but is it like, is it a workshop, or is it come to one of these workshops? Is it a retreat sort of thing?
We do need to figure out if she would do it in she could potentially do a couple of hours in our workshop times. One of the things she offers that I think would be really good for our school is to help our school create our own protocol for how we respond when there's been racial harm. And then beyond racial, this can expand to other, protected groups. So what I like about that is she can work with the staff at the staff level on this protocol. What does the staff do? What does the administration do? And then work with the board. What does the board do? That's about all I know about it, but I think that is one of the things that might be perfect for us, because then we have a tool, right? And what she says on her website is that she used to just do sort of sit and get kind of training, and even training where she interacted with people around DEI, like taking them from where they're at, moving them forward. But she didn't see organizations changing, and she developed this process to help organizations change. And that's why I really think it could be what we need.
I guess any questions, or does anyone have any other?
I think my only thought would be is I wouldn't want to make this a part of a workshop agenda. I think we need to be really intentional about this, that this is a training. You're expected to be here. This isn't just a checkbox on an agenda at a board meeting night. It actually is something that is a bigger priority that we need to focus on as a board and as a school. And then we need to model that behavior by doing it as a board.
Yeah, I like that. I think
We need to make the time. I mean, we need to show that it's a priority and that it's something that we care about and are interested in and expecting to hold the school accountable to.
Well, and I think not trying to make work for other people, but having it be a standalone thing too. It's not going to get lost in other agenda
That's right.
things. You have
That's
time
right.
to really think about it, to mull it over and apply.
Yep.
And then, so dedicated time for a very specialized topic, I agree, I think is very important.
Yeah, I would agree.
Would it be possible or financially feasible for the board to have that sort of retreat element and then have a secondary mid-year check-in after the protocols are developed and such to kind of reflect on the first step in the process, or is that not quite what she had envisioned?
Can I say something really quick on that? Because I do think there's a connection to governance here when we're talking about the role of the board. I know very, very early on, last year, maybe my second board meeting, I brought in kind of a policy governance idea. And one of the sections about that was what are called executive limitations, which is the these are the things we are not allowing to do. Anything else, fair game. So instead of creating like, these are the things you can do, it's these are the things you can't. And then the board's responsibility is to govern, basically, at that level. So the training, along with what I would say, we need a governance committee, we need an actual governance staff here. Hey.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hey,
I think it would allow us to have the right conversation at the board level. And I don't mean that critically, I just mean the governance becomes a really important part of where do we go as a board
Yeah.
with DE&I.
Well, exactly, and that's what I was thinking, if there was a way then as you're looking at the first steps of implementing strategic plan and stuff like that, just to be like, hey, like not a like approval per se, but just like,
Right.
how are we doing?
That's right. Yep.
How is it going?
Yep.
Like with intention, like you said, but with intentionality, like really focused.
Which I really like, the ideas that you were starting to think about for the dashboard. So when we look at the executive director role and making sure that those metrics and those things that are context and important for how we are proceeding in that space, along with how are we governing ourselves, that's a really important conversation point. So yeah.
Well, and kind of to this discussion, maybe once we talk to Paula, one question would be, do you want to consider a retreat where you do some of this work with Paula, but also some initial governance work? Like, depending on the timing, maybe you want to tackle some more of these recommendations all at one time.
I think it's really hard to have one without the other.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, we can get the framework of, well, at work we call it ID&E, so I'll just say ID&E instead of D. But the framework of that is really important for us, but in and of itself, I don't think it doesn't get us to where we need to be without that governance step and without having that dashboard that allows the board to truly operate at that governance level for the executive director.
That makes sense to me. I know that Paula has a pretty long history working with school districts and charter schools where she will not only get that, but help you guys move forward. And, her main entry point is around race and racial harm, but she can expand into the other areas that are really important to the board and to the school.
so more to come on this topic. I think we'll get a proposal. I think we're looking for Friday, maybe? Is that right? Or
To
Thursday?
visit
Yeah,
with
Friday.
her. I don't think I heard back from her yet, so I'll have to give her a
Yeah,
call in the morning.
When she's available, catch her and come back with a proposal to the board. At least we have an avenue to go down. That sounds promising.
Yeah.
Any concerns because of that approach?
I'd say how quickly can we go? I mean,
Right.
honestly, we can't, I don't want this to be offensive, but I don't want to be talking about this again next month. I want
Well,
something.
I mean, we gave her our school calendar and said, we haven't obviously seen a proposal or signed anything, but
Yeah.
block out these workshop days. So, I mean, we're talking about getting her right in here for staff right in opening week,
I want to see the progress, yeah.
so.
Good. Next topic, we had interim executive director survey results. And so, because we're walking, two things here a little bit different than normal years. One is we did a 1 year, so it's interim, so that's a little different than normal. But it's still, I think, appropriate to provide feedback to Ms. Tasha and her work over the last year. And two is, if we're doing an official review, that would oftentimes be done in a closed session. We do the review and then we would open it back up again with our kind of findings or results. In this case, we're not planning to close this session. So let's talk as much as we feel comfortable, I guess, to be able to provide feedback. This is kind of our chance to, if you had any questions on the survey results, I think I gave the board access to all of the surveys that I could pull off of SurveyMonkey. So you have all the comments, you have all the data. That was not intended to be shared in the packet publicly because it's kind of personal feedback. But as far as the board goes, I think I was just looking through we did one in January. We provided some thoughts and comments, and then I think you had an opportunity to provide some thoughts and comments back. We can do something similar like that, or we can just keep it more generic. And when you and I talked, we were just going to keep the overall tallies,
Yeah.
maybe, instead of the comments.
Yeah, I mean, the comments are interesting and helpful, and my takeaway is there's really a broad spectrum of feedback, and also I think there's not a clear understanding across staff or parents of what this role is supposed to do. So those are two things that were clear, but some helpful information and lots of nice things.
Nothing, okay. Do you want to take minutes?
Sure.
This should work. I have the surveys on the
I-
computer.
Eventually we'll come up and then
Okay.
we'll go from there. But
Okay.
yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can try to pull it up on this one too, but I guess anything stand out, anything different? I want to listen more before I provide any feedback. Thoughts?
I noticed the same thing as Cecilia, just like the broad range of, ideas and comments and questions. Like a significant spectrum for sure.
I forgot to share it with Dr. Hinton and Mr. Heyman, but people said amazing things about them, and that was really consistent. So that was really, really nice, and I haven't shared it with you guys yet. So that I take that as a compliment on me because I hired you. So.
I think one of the things that I noticed as a theme, just stepping back, is that we as a school still have a lot of work to do. So a lot of that showed up in the feedback around the survey results. And while it's really, really important for you specifically, I think there was a lot in there that there's still a lot of work to do. To
For
get
sure.
where we need to be.
Yeah. I think so too.
Sorry, I missed, there we go, lost my internet connection for a second. And this for Trevor? There we go. I guess, anything else that we can, because you have pages and pages of survey data from staff and parents. I think in the future, I'm not sure if it makes sense, we talked about a student survey too. I don't know if the student survey would be for you or if more just the student survey in general. That's one of the findings that we'd like to that came out with your parent meeting here a couple weeks back, right? How do we get the survey results back from students more?
I actually would be interested in two parts to it. I think the first one is just kind of that raw data on the community. So the community could be students, could be parents, could be teachers, could be others. I think that's really important because it gets kind of the heartbeat of what people are feeling. But I think the other part is, especially as we look at governance and we look at some of those other pieces, the more the community knows the role of the executive director and the expectations of the executive director, the more, I think, good feedback, I don't know what the right word is. Constructive, relevant.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying anything is irrelevant right now. I'm just saying, focused on those priorities and focused on how the executive director is doing in execution of those priorities. The more the community knows, I think the better it is. So on the one hand, there's okay, give us all your thoughts and feelings. Then the other part is, okay, how do you think the executive director has done against the priorities? And that assumes that everybody knows what those are. So how do we get that out into the community more?
Yeah, agreed. Because if you read through some of the comments, just as an example, without saying specifics, it would say something that you didn't do something. Well, I've sat in many meetings where we've done that many times, right?
Right.
So is that fair? No, maybe not. But we know because we have a lot more exposure with that. So I guess it would get knocked back to the communication bit, which is, you did it, but somehow they're not seeing that.
Right.
So how do we get that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. And it's not about perfection of everybody has this crystal clear idea. A parent has a crystal clear idea of what you're doing, what the executive director is doing, but more just we see progress on. Right now, we can snap the line on here's the feedback that we have. Next year, we snap the line. The year after, we snap the line. And hopefully each year we see people more engaged and more in the community. Not just us, but the community more engaged. And these are the priorities, where we're going as MSA. Here's why we exist. And we're either doing a really good job or we're not.
Do you think that dashboard that we've talked about could help?
Absolutely.
The dashboard will help.
If we can kind of get that to a space where public can consume it.
Yes.
Little thermometers or whatever it is, saying how we're doing on what we said we want to.
You got it.
Also, I think that, the strategic plan is a picture, where you're trying to get to and how we're gonna get there, right? And how staff and administration are gonna leave the school there. And so I think that in the future, you know, it'll be much more objective information coming to your meeting each month that's related to progress on those SMART goals. And so it's more cohesive, and I think any kind of a survey could be helpful to you and helpful to the administrative team. But it's just one piece of the information, because much of it is going to be just progress on these goals, which is very objective. And so, you know, that was my thing about the surveys, like, oh, that's nice, but most people don't even know what we are doing or what we're supposed to be doing. They have their experience, and their experience is important, and it's not the whole thing.
So later we do have, hold on, I should have looked it up first before I spoke what we have. I thought we had something in our discussion section, didn't we, Cecilia, on this topic?
On the strategic plan? Or
No,
on?
this is the 2023
Oh.
director goal, so that's the
Yep,
next one, sorry.
Yep, it's coming up here in our workshop, and then we'll talk about it a little bit, I think, in
That's
12.
what it was. So I guess anything else you need from us? Or-
No, and I mean, I'm always looking to learn and grow, and so it's always helpful to get feedback, and I appreciate your willingness to put a survey out there just so I
Yeah.
could get some feedback. I worked really hard, and this was really important to me, so it's good to hear.
Well, I would just say thank you so much, right? I mean, so I think we made a right choice here with exactly what we needed for this last year. So thanks for putting in all that extra time and effort. I know it was more than you probably signed up for when we were on the phone trying to get you to come in, but I think it was what we needed, and so I appreciate your help. It's been kind of it's been an interesting year.
Yes.
Yeah. So thanks for
Thank
everything. Yeah. We're certainly going to miss you.
Thanks.
Okay, can we switch to C, which is strategic plan, director goals, and this one you might be able to bring up on the website?
Yes.
please? Awesome, thank you. Strategic priorities. So for those following remotely, we're going to try, improve our technology here a little bit, and so, yeah, maybe zoom in a little bit. I would expect might be hard on some screens. It'll definitely be hard on a mobile phone, but this is not a mobile document, so bear with us.
And actually,
Take those lights
yeah.
down, mate.
And Amanda, I should have said, if this becomes too hard to see, we can go to the actual sheets in the board folder, but I bet you don't have access to that yet.
That's better.
This is okay.
It's okay.
If I start snoring, then you know.
Okay. So you guys have seen, just to reiterate, the board, updated our vision and mission in December or January to reflect a little more equity. That was really important. You know, my encouragement for you to go back and consider that accelerated might not be the right word, but you can do that as you move forward. And then the board set the 3 strategic priorities: success for all students, organizational support of MSA vision and mission, and facilities and infrastructure to support MSA vision and mission. And then from there, staff and administration have put this plan together, and we've put mostly SMART goals in here: strategic, measurable, relevant, maybe realistic.
I thought it was specific. Didn't we talk about that too?
Yes. What did I say
Specific
again?
Versus strategic.
Oh, yes, specific.
Specific.
Yep, I always mess that up. Anyway, so the first section that you see here, well, there's different tabs. What the heck? That looks green, but is it gray?
It's great.
It's
Okay.
great. And I think it's like 2-point font.
That's why, so you guys, board members, you can see that Emma sent out the actual sheet. That's much better to look at, so look at that.
But this will be in the board packet as well for people.
Yep, it's in the board packet. I guess you can see that the first section is success for all students. what you'll notice is that there are some items, this one is done in chronological order. Now, this is not everything that everybody's doing, right? This is the specific things we want to focus on that will be measured. That doesn't mean this is all we do at all. And it doesn't mean everything we do has to get onto the list somehow. The items that are in bold tie back to the findings and recommendations of the investigation. Then they also fold right into a roadmap for Mr. Vetch to use, and can be his work plan. So everything here that's in bold becomes his work plan that you guys can help have his back and support him, and that's how you can measure his performance too. So it's,
So which of these would show up on a dashboard?
so if you look in the far right-hand column, progress
Oh.
reporting column, we've estimated which ones that we can put in a dashboard, and Dr. Hinton's been playing around with this dashboard. And then which ones might have to be in like the executive director's report at the table, more of a narrative. But to be able to have a dashboard each month, not that shows everything every month, but selective things depending on their relevance. So this gray area, you'll see is success for all students. And then next you can scroll down and you can see organizational support of MSA vision and mission, color-coded kind of in that light red. And then the third one is about facilities and infrastructure, and that is in the lighter gray. And then again, everything that's in bold is directly related to the investigative report. Plenty of the other things are indirectly related, and they're all getting us towards those strategic priorities and the vision and mission. So,
I really like this. I do think that the dashboard will get super busy if we're not careful. So like there's a lot of dashboard dials in here potentially. Thinking through from an executive director perspective, from a board perspective, what are we expecting the executive director to bring on a monthly basis to highlight those areas that need to be discussed. Otherwise, it'll be a 12-page doc with
Yeah.
8 little dials on every single page, and that's not the dashboard.
yeah.
For me, it's easier, just to build on that, for me, it's a little easier too. I see we have a proposed dashboard. It's always easier to kind of discuss something as an example than it is to create something from new. So I had some feedback
Yep.
as well when we get to that section.
Yep.
And then I think that's coming up later in your director report, right? Cecilia?
Yes.
So, agreed. We're done by that. Also, if it's, I don't know if it's fair to have one dashboard for all, but that should be where we start. Means for the board, for the admin, for the public, this is the dashboard. I don't think we should have 2 or 3 different versions. I don't think so, unless you guys have.
I think there should be one. I mean, I agree with you. I think the goal should be, like, let's put a goal of 1 page. 1 page executive dashboard that has success for all students, organizational support of MSA, facilities and infrastructure. And then in those 3, there's a green, yellow, red, or however you want to say it. And then within that is the narrative around here's the things that we're doing. And are we accomplishing those goals based upon the objectives that have been put in here?
Okay, so what we might have to think about is we will have things broken down into smaller grain size based on each of
Potentially.
these SMART goals. But I think I like the idea of being able to give that high level, yellow, green, or red
Yeah.
by each strategic priority, but then speak to a few examples of a few details, maybe?
Because again, it'll go back to governance,
Yeah.
and it's really the
Yeah.
executive director's responsibility to make sure that we are informed at a strategic level. And if there's something like that was in the report that's really, really important, is not getting done, that would have a different weight to the green,
Yeah.
yellow, red versus just a thing
Yeah.
that is in your objectives for that particular one of those strategic priorities.
Is it also fair, and maybe this is philosophical dashboard discussion, but I'm thinking like,
Okay
if we're
with
looking at facilities, we don't have any facility, but we have a plan and we're actively working against it. So in my book, that's green, means we know what we need to do, we're agreed on what we're doing and we're doing it. That's
Or yellow.
green.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there, but I mean, red to me is like, it's not even on our radar. right? We're so far behind and we can't do it. That's where you would have the opportunity to signal to us and say, we need more help, something needs to be done
Yes.
differently because we can't deliver against what you're asking.
That's the philosophy,
Is that correct
philosophical discussion on progress. Like, is progress the green, yellow, red, or is accomplishment the green, yellow, red?
I know, and to even go
But we can talk about that a bit too.
deeper, and I can ask this because I'm on my way out, but what, sometimes administration isn't getting what they need from the board. And so how do we bring that forward and say, we're stuck because you guys,
It's called radical candor.
yes.
Being honest,
Yes.
saying, hey, I'm not getting
But that's
this,
where
and
it
I
would
need
come up,
this.
I think,
Right.
right? So you asked us to do this, we can't do it until you help us here.
Right,
And then we have to decide, is that fair to continue to ask for something that we can't support or we don't support, right?
right.
If we can't model a culture of transparency and honesty here at a board level, then what do we expect out of our administration? So I do think that's a really, really important part. And if we use the example, I'll just go back really quick on the green, yellow, red for the expansion. Some of the discussions around, is it a 24 or 25? What is the date by which we could move into or open or whatever a new building? To me, that becomes a bit of a litmus test for green, yellow, red. And the executive director absolutely has to be involved in that conversation. So then there's a little bit of interpretation that happens, but that interpretation is what we're asking from an executive director is to be leading.
Well, it sounds like it might have its own separate type of dashboard.
What?
Like progress on expansion, that one's almost like a check, like a percentage bar versus the dashboard for the student success would have percentages of test scores or other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think this would be a really good discussion for when we get into the dashboard and start looking at it, because the green, yellow, red becomes framework for the board to say, okay, are we doing good? Are we at risk, or are we really, really red? And then why? So the why then is the detail. Doesn't necessarily have to be on a dashboard. It's the reason why we meet every month for the executive director to say, this is yellow because, or we talk about during a committee meeting, if there's something on expansion and we have an update that needs to be done to the board or a request that needs to be made, it becomes a part of that conversation as well.
Okay, so, this thing is a living, breathing document. So, I think it should be on the website. I think that this idea where the public can see more of what MSA is working on is a good thing. Most school districts have their strategic plans on their website. Our old one it's not as detailed as this, and it's expired, but it is somewhere on the website. I found it a few times. But, if it's
I should know, but no personal information in this,
Right.
everything is publishable?
Right,
Yeah,
yep.
okay, then I don't see why not.
the thing we should take out the things that are acronyms and put the full
Yes,
words.
please.
I was just gonna say that, because
Yeah.
I'm really bad with acronyms.
Yeah, no, that's
It-
our fault,
Or they mean one thing in this situation,
Yeah.
but something else.
RBWA, really bad with acronyms.
And then, do you wanna go, any questions on this? Or do you wanna go
Very
into the
good,
next
thank you.
document?
Yep, so the next one's the specific 22, 23.
Right, so this, Randy, don't hate me, please. I've made you a work plan. Obviously, this is suggested and the board can change it, but this is the areas of the strategic plan that come directly out of findings and recommendations from the investigation. And I just think in order to make it really clear to the public how you're helping school move forward, you want this to be what you're asking your executive director to work on, and you want the path to be clear for him, and then that's clear to him that you want him to be working on these things, and that empowers him to work on these things, so it's a good thing. Not that this is all he's gonna have to do, and not that he has to do these himself, he can obviously delegate them, but these come directly from the bold areas of the strategic plan. So they're all aligned, and Dr. Hinton and Emma worked really hard to make this a much better document than it had been up until about a week ago, I think.
Have you seen this yet, Randy?
We This will be helpful, thank you.
And then each of these SMART goals, they have like 10 layers under them that are the step-by-step and how do we even make these happen, but that's too much in the weeds for you guys.
I think extremely helpful, so thanks for kind of putting this together, everyone, it helped. Yeah.
It took so much longer than I wanted it to, but it's here.
Good. Comments, questions?
I really like this.
Yeah, and 3 pages is a little more manageable too.
Yeah. Some of them, I tried to link, some of these come directly out of the petition, the student petition, rather than the investigation, and some have overlap, obviously. But I tried to refer back to their demands by number when I could.
So is the assumption in here, because it's 2022 and 2023, that by the end of the school year next year, that these are accomplished, or like what is the?
Yeah, this is a year's worth, like there should be some measure at the end of the
By-
school year by a year from now.
May 31st?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, some of them are set with a deadline of June and August.
Yeah.
So,
Like early August now, but like June 2023.
yeah, I see that one under the,
SMART goals for
Yeah.
improved governance.
yeah.
So then you can use these also to help Randy, give him feedback, but ask him how you doing, how can we support you, it's a really nice, it's supposed to be really tightly aligned for you to help support him to be successful and to all be on the same page.
That's good. Thank you.
Randy, any comments, questions? You just got it on, so you don't have to specifically on this, but on that approach?
This will be helpful, no, so
Okay.
good, thank you.
Good. That's all that we had for the workshop, so, a 15-minute break before we start, or is it started at 6:15?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. What else can we talk about?
Can I ask a question about the consent agenda policies, just a procedural question?
Policies, yeah.
If there's a policy, so the policy for recording, for closed meetings, the section that has recordings, it repeatedly says electronic recording. There's one spot where it still says tape recording. Do we need to then shift that to discussion because it's just like one-off? Would we need to pull that one to discussion just to
Is
say
it
like?
because we missed it? Is it because Emma missed it in?
I think so. All of the
So
other
just
ones
mistake.
say electronic. There's just one that says tape recording and we
Okay.
don't
We don't do the tape, okay.
have a tape recording.
Do
So
we-
I didn't know.
Do we care? Like, can it be
I don't
just
think it's a
done under
substantive
consent,
change.
and we can make the change later?
I think so, but I wanted to just double check it, because it's not a
Really hate to have to
substantive
pull it
change,
out.
it's just saying a recording.
Does
It's just the
anyone have an
method of
issue with that, I
recording.
guess?
I'm having an
It
issue.
sounds
with
like
leaving it
it's
as
in
is.
line with.
Like the rest of the
it.
policy just says electronics, just there's one subsection, letter B, that says tape recording.
I'm not too worried about that.
I mean, the meaning is the same, but I just wanted to double check on our procedural note.
I mean, if you want, we could put a little line in there. This one will be changed to electronic. I'm fine with just having you do that. That's the meaning of it, right?
Yeah,
Because we'll have
and I
the
thought
audio
maybe just,
recording.
I was gonna double check it, because then when we open discussion for consent, just say, hey,
Yeah.
and I can give you the letter and the number that it should say electronic recording instead of tape recording.
Maybe we can quick go through anyone, it's a separate topic, I guess, but the agenda as is, any other, I hate to waste a half an hour. Everyone's
I know.
But I also don't want to start early for the folks that'll
Yeah,
tune in
I know.
around 6:15, so, I'm just wondering if you guys have any questions or comments on the agenda as is.
Why did we have two discussion and decisions?
So yeah, good question. So let me take that one and we don't have to bring it up. So I purposely did that because I didn't want to presume that I would be the chair. So if you see, one is Ellingson and then one is labeled board chair. So whoever the board chair
Got it.
is voted. So I pulled it out, and then the order also got a little bit crazy because in the past we didn't have the DEI section. But I felt like the DEI section is my own editorial. The DEI section was important enough that I wanted to keep that up in front. But I moved an extra decision and discussion section just to handle the elections and.
So in the packet that I just opened, I think, I should probably look here before I see. I know Emma had removed a couple of things, right?
Yeah, so you made a point
But it's
that,
still in here in the one that I got from Emma under G. Is this the packet that's available?
Gee.
what number?
15G, the expansion committee RFP approval. There's still,
Oh, those were supposed to be not in here.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I tried to take it down, didn't work out.
Is it too late to get them out? They really shouldn't be in there.
I don't understand why they're in here.
Well, when we
Would've been
approve the
printed.
agenda, though, can we?
We can just, yeah, strike
can we
that
strike
from the
it from the
agenda.
agenda?
Are these live links?
Yes, they are, and they're supposed to be out because Eric had the good point that they shouldn't be in there, but this is the packet that is posted on the website, I believe. Check the
But
website.
I think it's important that we see it. I think the concern was that getting the
It should be
information.
public.
Yeah, getting the information out public hurts the school potentially, right?
Well, and there's in our policies around closing information or closing portions of the meeting to discuss land purchase or construction, of which this is a part of.
So-
And we shouldn't be communicating publicly who we're discussing.
So
the
we can
RFP.
talk, because we tried to get, just so everyone knows, we tried to get it so that we could have, I think it was last Thursday, we were gonna try to pull everyone together, like different folks, and we couldn't quite make that happen in time. So we have a new approach, which is gonna ask the board for empowerment, if you will, for that expansion committee meeting.
Which is fine, we just shouldn't have the name of the
Wait.
companies in the packet.
What number is it again?
15G.
It's not on here.
Oh, it's still
Oh, is it?
here,
It's online.
yep,
Oh, yeah,
it
it
is.
It is.
If you scroll down, is that what it is?
Website for right now?
Like.
We
all
have
the
to
way.
get Justin to do it.
I don't see it there. 15G
Well,
just
I only
says
see the
expansion.
agenda.
Expansion
Where's
committee
the packet?
RFP approval.
Here.
But it doesn't have,
It doesn't have a
it
link.
doesn't have the details.
Oh, the links are not?
This is what
If you
I,
click on them, they're not.
this is what I opened.
From the website?
Yeah.
Oh. I just downloaded this from the website, and it has them.
From
So this
Google
was
Drive or
when-
from the website?
No, I just downloaded it from the website right now.
So I clicked here.
Oh, no, go to the homepage,
Oh, because I went to board, okay.
homepage,
Board of Directors.
The one on the board page is just the agenda.
yeah, but go, scroll
Yeah, but
down,
they're clickable.
bottom left,
So I clicked here.
They're
okay,
clickable,
here,
and I can
this,
see the
agenda,
Oh, so
submitted.
it got
Right here.
switched there, not here.
right. It's still on the bottom left.
Yep, it's still there.
That really shouldn't be there.
You wanna
I
call
don't know what to
Justin?
do, I'll call Justin.
Well,
He's listening.
but I mean, we don't need to do it, right? I mean, we just do it as soon as we can, or?
No, we need to do it now,
Because
because this is
layout.
when people would be downloading their packet for,
They're all
to watch
hearing
the
us talk
meeting.
about this right now,
Yes.
and we do not want the other companies accessing this information with pricing. That really compromises
Yeah, that's right.
the process pretty significantly.
The other one, I know we did ask Emma to modify in, when we talk about the DEI section, we had the authorizer plan.
That has not been altered.
No, it was this afternoon, but when I spoke to her on the phone.
Oh, okay. I'll double check it.
Yeah, double check, because you and I had a similar concern, I think, and I called her.
So I'm looking at the one that was.
There was two sections where there was maybe too much information, no names, but we have a small school, you could try to figure stuff out, so we pulled some of that out. At least that was the intent. Anything else?
Is there any air conditioning in this room?
I don't feel any.
It's not horrid yet, but it is
It's getting there.
It's
A
a
lot
little
of air coming out of this.
Do we shut the AC off at like 4 o'clock or something?
I heard we were gonna limit it to one building, is that right? Are we just doing?
That's why we're here.
This room was warmer, we were up here earlier today, and it was warmer than it is
Yeah, okay.
downstairs. Unfortunately, you won't all fit in my office,
Mhm.
and that's nice and cool.
The vents look open, so that's not.
The air's on, it's just, this is, I
Struggling.
mean, we've shut down A and we've shut down D,
Okay.
Are
so.
there any fans anywhere in the building? To get a little bit of.
I think there might be some fans downstairs, I don't know. In the office.
It'll make us quicker.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, if there's even one, just to kind of get some circulation. We're gonna have a long meeting tonight potentially, and I hope not, but if we do, I'd rather not sweat it out in the next couple hours.
One other topic we can take as long as we, maybe another 5-10 minutes, the elections. So we have, this is the board officer elections, we need chair, vice chair, treasurer, secretary. Now, we have, I think, 6, 2, 4, is that right?
We have 6.
We will have 6, right?
Yes.
And so we technically have 4 positions, so it's gonna be tight, at least for now.
Well, do we need to talk about having a fully seated board before we do the officer elections? Like, is there anything in our policy that dictates?
I thought the bylaws, we had to have a chair and vice chair, I don't, you want to quick check for us and see, I think there was a paragraph on that, that's a good question.
So are we voting to fill some of these seats today or next month?
Yeah, that's the normal thing that we do in June. Normally, we would do it in June, is we'd have the old board members, the retiring ones go off, the new ones come in, and then we do. That's why I did the order the way it was, so
No,
that,
I'm talking about the empty seats that we talked about, filling these empty seats.
so
Are we
that's a
doing that this?
discussion item. It's in the bylaws, under the BOD bylaw discussion 14F, yeah.
Okay.
School board officers. There's nothing
I know,
about
it
timing.
matters.
There's nothing about timing in the policy, but if we look at the bylaw, you think it's in the bylaws itself?
I remember that, the section that talks about who can be chair, who can be vice chair, all that. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Sure.
And Dan, what I
Yeah.
mentioned to you is online and in the one that was resent to us.
Still in there?
Mm-hmm. And
Oh,
online.
okay. Because even when I spoke to her, I could see she'd already made changes.
So it does say, after new members are seated at the regularly scheduled meeting in June, the board shall elect officers. But the first part of that is, after new members are seated at the regularly scheduled meeting. We are not having a regular seating in June.
So we are, it happens to be the 2 seats we're filling are incumbents.
Are we still live?
We have some open positions on the board
There should be.
that didn't go through the election process, right?
Right.
So I think one of the discussions tonight is, do we have to go through another election, or what's the process for seating open vacancies? Because I don't think that'll all happen tonight.
Right.
Therefore, the officers also would not be elected because we don't have new members, all the new members seated at the regularly scheduled meeting. Gets a little sticky because it says in June, so we're making an assumption that we have a full board in
Right.
June, but we will not have a full board tonight.
So, I missed the beginning of this, but didn't the bylaws say that a committee could bring recommendations to this group?
Yes, but
and
this is
you guys
for,
could?
this is for officers.
Oh, yeah, but I
So-
mean,
what I
But
think,
the first part, just for seating board members,
Yeah, but we're talking about if, without a full board, can we vote for officers?
And I don't think we can.
or should we, because
Or should-
there's, the people coming on later might go, well, I wanted to run for board.
Yeah.
Or chair or secretary.
So what was your reasoning again, Aaron? That you were reading off this statement one more time?
Yeah, section 5, after new members are seated at the regularly scheduled meeting in June, the board shall elect officers. So I was looking at this kind of linearly. After new members are seated at the regularly scheduled meeting is the first. Then there's in June, which is the time. Then there's the board shall elect officers. So the regularly scheduled meeting, new members are seated. We know that June's not going to be a full board because we're not going to seat all of the vacancies right now. So there's this little sticky spot of, do we fill officer positions without a full board? Or do we need to wait till the board is completely full before we elect officers?
But it doesn't say you can't do it.
Doesn't say that you can't, that is correct. At least from
And I'm not suggesting we do it, but
Yeah.
the reason I'm thinking that too is, let's say we aren't able to fill. Well, I mean, the one that generally doesn't get filled, or it's harder would be civic committee. So I'll just use that as an example.
Yeah, that's a good
If that
example.
thing opens up for the whole year,
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense.
We don't want
to me.
that.
Yeah.
We definitely don't want that.
But we have a significant number of openings.
We do.
No, I agree with that, and
I'm almost wondering if we
Kate,
take,
can you go down one just for the audio? I'm afraid that they'll just hear.
Is that, I can move it to the side too if it's.
take a temporary, like,
Can you guys feel that?
and then
Doesn't-
have an official election next month after everybody's
Get
seated?
the fan.
and not to get too technical, I mean, the current chair is the chair for, it's his annual. So.
Right.
How do we pick that date specifically? Because we don't want to leave a gap.
We do not want an open chair position.
Well, yes, we don't want a gap, because the time it would take to figure out what to do with that
That's right.
gap, you might as well.
That's right.
What's the minimum for the board to function? I know we had,
Quorum.
Minnesota had one teacher, there's a one teacher requirement, no more. We don't need 6.
That's
we
right.
need 3. We had 3.
And then
We've
quorum.
chosen 3, but we need 1.
We had 4.
4, sorry, we've chosen 4. But, I mean, we can't have a board of 1, right, so it's clearly not 1. We're gonna have 6, that's down 3.
I think
That's
as long as
quorum.
you have a quorum, which
Quorum is
isn't
fine.
5.
Out of the 9 that we would have had. So
I mean, we can still vote, we can still take care of business as a board. It's just not ideal to be.
But
so
does
late.
the voting then, and I could bring up Robert's rules, I guess, how it works, but do we still need 5 out of the 6 then, or does it become 3 out of 6, or 4 out of 6 to get the majority?
It's based on the quorum number.
Yeah, I think it still has to be
Majority.
5,
So
unless we're,
if you make the quorum for a particular meeting, so that's majority, then the voting within that meeting is majority of the quorum that attended that meeting. Is that your question?
Yes, that's how
Yeah.
I would see it.
Yes.
We don't hold ourselves to the 9.
Correct.
meaning we need
That was
obviously
my
matters.
understanding, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because you'd have a quorum to run the meeting, but if you're based on the entire number, it becomes meaningless, you might not be able to vote.
That makes sense to me because there are instances where people will be unable to serve.
Right.
Then the board would fall apart if we have these things come. So I think it makes sense that the board carries on, even if we have like, come on in.
Hey.
Yeah, we're just about to break actually, so why don't we do that? And then we'll carry on this discussion. So 6 o'clock, Amanda? Call it 6
And did
o'clock.
Justin show you how to turn us off? Or
So we'll be
turn
back
us
in
down or
15
whatever?
minutes, so watching.
Great.
He said this fan, can't hear.
Yes. For sure.
Okay, can you see sound going? Yeah. All right. Well, welcome everyone. This is the June 20th, 2022 MSA School Board meeting. I'm Mr. Youngson. We'll get the meeting started around a couple minutes like 6:17, coming in from a different location. But hopefully the audio is okay. I think we moved the fan, so hopefully that's not even interfering with folks.
Text us.
Yes.
Yeah, text us if it is. And then we've also, we're trying something new for those of you who are just joining in, where we're gonna try to run a smart board. You know, is somebody gonna come in?
Amanda should be coming back. She's making more copies of
Okay,
the packet.
okay.
So I can be over here for a minute. I can go.
Okay.
You want me to do that, Cecilia? So you can get the.
Yeah, if you want to.
So we will hopefully be able to follow along for wherever you're watching it from. So we don't have students until September. Maggie, are you okay to read the mission and vision for us? Oh, you got it there. That's cool.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Our vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. And our mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you. So roll call members, Danny Ellison here, Maggie Bergrath,
Here.
Cody Schneed,
Here.
Jennifer Barlow,
Here.
Eric Fair,
Here.
Jeff Eng,
Here.
Michelle, Michelle Perkowski. That's my pop from earlier. Great. So next we have approval of the agenda, conflicts of interest. So anyone, any comments, questions on the agenda for tonight?
I have a request to move the, under 15I, approve the executive director goals, move it to future board items, maybe July or August.
We're gonna make a motion to approve first and then second and then discussion to change.
I motion to move 15I, approve.
Oh, do you mean the agenda?
Yeah,
agenda.
motion to approve the agenda and then we'll second and then we can
okay.
do discussion.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Is that what we do?
So I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I will
as it is.
second.
Okay.
Okay.
Now discussion.
That's
Go ahead, Jennifer, sorry.
Hold on. Okay, I make a motion to move 15I, the approval of the 2022-2023 executive director goals to future board items.
So then if I second it, we can discuss it? Is that correct?
Yes.
I will second.
Okay. The reason why I wanted to move it is because I know we had talked about the goals, and then we just got them on Friday, and I looked at them. There's some things that I think that I'd like to add or work on. I just think, what's the rush? We could maybe work on it with Randy a little. That was just my thought.
Well, you did miss this in the workshop.
Yeah.
Randy thought they were looking good for right now. So if that's part of your consideration,
Well, I wanted to add some things to it, some thoughts.
But I think it's
But I'm
important.
not prepared to add now.
Well, we won't be the ones that'll add to those goals. That'll be the executive director that would do those.
But I thought it was board goals for the director. It's the director's goals for the director.
That we would approve, yeah,
The director makes the goals for the director.
We
for the
set,
school. Sorry.
we set the mission and vision, right? So we've
Okay.
set that already, and then the director needs to go through, and that's the strategic plan bit, the next part
Okay.
down.
Okay.
So yes, I think it does make sense that we approve it, which is why it's currently in the consent agenda. I guess one thought
It's
is,
not
It's in the discussion.
oh, okay.
It's a discussion.
One thought would be nice is if we had something to work on, and then if we have other things to add, it doesn't have to wait till
Okay.
23, right? I mean, we can
That's what
add
I'm worried
something.
about. We're gonna
No,
approve it,
no.
it's set in stone, and
I
it's
don't-
like,
Oh,
what about
no,
all the other
no.
ideas?
It should
that
be
we
alive,
Yeah.
living,
Definitely
breathing.
not.
so
I think it-
maybe at the end of the summer we revisit them? Once Randy's had a
Each
chance
month-
to.
Each month, we're gonna revisit them. If we have
Absolutely.
This is,
Okay.
what's most important is if you were thinking of taking some of those away, that might be a problem, because these are the ways
No, I
that
wasn't taking think either
Yeah.
way, I was just thinking,
anything that's,
like based on
yeah.
the executive director survey, we did,
Sure.
like, maybe there's some
Yep,
reason we need to
absolutely.
add
These are just straight from the investigation, that's why,
Okay.
and so
Okay.
anything beyond that, have at it.
that. Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
So then we need to close this
Yeah.
motion out.
I actually have a comment there. So just to make sure I understand Eric's comment about who sets what and with agreement with which body. I mean, so you're saying the executive director would set their own goals and then we would review them? Or is there input by the board at any time? What is the process for reviewing and how do these get developed? Because if we're saying it's a working document and a living document, I get that, then why are we voting on it as if it were something else?
So this is the governance discussion that we'll have to have at some point, but if we use like the strategic priorities, the board approves the strategic priorities, and if the executive director said, under success for all students, I want everybody to learn how to play the tuba. We could probably say that does not fulfill the obligations of success for all students as one of his or her goals. So our job is to make sure that the objectives and the goals that are put in place by the executive director for the school, which the executive director is the CEO of the school in all intents and purposes. They are responsible for setting the objectives and priorities for that school. And then our job is to make sure that they are providing us regular updates on the success of those goals in relation to the strategic priorities that we approved.
Okay, so given that, I think Jennifer's observations are pretty good in that Mr. Vetch just got them today and they're not representative of his work. He will review them. I would like to have him just spend a little time to do it rather than vote on it and then just say 3 months from now, we're gonna look at it and do whatever. It just doesn't make sense. It's kind of backwards.
I think the main thing there is there's a difference between the board making changes to those goals and Mr. Vetch making changes to those goals.
And I'd like him to have a chance to make a change
Right.
before we vote on it.
And that's different.
Right.
So I think what you were saying about the board adding things to it, we wouldn't add to it or remove it. It would be the executive director that would be doing that. I'd want to make sure that that was
So
clear.
then, in that scenario, how would Jennifer give her input? Just directly to Mr. Vetch?
Well,
Or she shouldn't be doing it at all?
I mean,
I don't know.
or does it go through a committee and then
What?
come out? Or we have something maybe that we want to share?
So let's say he completely forgot something, we all forgot something, and one of the board members noticed it. In your scenario, how do we bring that up?
it's a part of our board meetings. There would be, our job is to hold the executive director accountable to the strategic priorities,
Okay.
not to a particular goal, so long as that goal, the goal itself is in representation of, we're going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here
Yes,
on
you gotta watch
governance.
the time too
Yeah.
tonight.
Right, okay, well.
Well,
No,
but
but-
it impacts what we do here, so.
What about, just for the sake of discussion, if we approve what we have as our, we can even call it a draft if you want, or something, we just approve it as is? It's gonna be changing as needed throughout the year. I think the concern I heard was that it's done and we won't revisit it until next year, and I don't believe that that was the intention. We're supporting it, which I think is what you were looking for, Cecilia,
Yeah.
is having board
Yep.
support, and that's why it's sitting in the agenda. So we can support these sub-goals, if you will, as consistent for the priorities.
And I don't know if this is where you're coming from, Jennifer, but if there were other things that were board priorities, that were in addition to this, that's possible too. I just brought forward the things from the strategic plan.
Okay.
But if there were things that were outside, and they come mostly, the things I highlighted to go into Mr. Vetch's work plan are the whole plan he's responsible for, but the things I highlighted I thought would be good alignment for the executive director to work on directly or to directly oversee. But there's other things outside of this plan that the school does. So if there's something important that's not in this plan at all, that's something for the board to talk about. Just, I think the consciousness of boards staying in their lane, working on high level, like Eric was saying, is important. But yeah, maybe there's something that's completely not addressed in the strategic plan that is a discussion you guys want to have. That's totally fine. But it can be on top of this plan, is what I'm saying.
I still not understand why we're voting on a draft.
I would recommend that you don't call it a draft. These are things that are coming directly from the strategic plan, and the school needs to get these things done. So the leader needs to have some responsibility there.
So I think a couple of different ways we could go with this would be, the first would be to approve it under that section as it is. The second would be to hold off until next month so that Mr. Vetch can be the executive director that is putting this forward, and maybe there aren't any changes. So I think,
That's what I
I think the key would
wondered,
be
if you
is,
move it to next
if
month,
there aren't
and then
any
maybe I could,
changes, then.
you know, we can share.
Are there any concerns about what you would do over the next 4 weeks, not having this as a part of?
No, the school will still move forward with this plan. Everything that's in Mr. Vetch's plan is in the plan, and nobody's gonna stop moving forward with these things. You know, these are the things that we need to do.
So, another idea would just be to keep it there and we modify it instead of saying approve it, we say that we'll empower, Mr. Vetch to come back next month with approve what the final one is.
But I do think we need to have a vote, so since you submitted a motion to move them
Okay.
to the next month, we should probably have a vote on that before we close the agenda.
Okay.
And the vote will determine whether we keep it in or push it out.
Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to move it?
Can you say the motion one more time?
I can really type it in
It was
word for
move-
word.
So,
Move item
Moving
I
to
to
the
next month.
future board meeting. Yeah, you
Next
July or
month.
August, but,
okay,
yeah.
so, just so I'm clear, regardless if we move it or not, it's still being worked toward because it's really under the whole thing. It's
Yeah.
just to give Mr. Vetch the opportunity to go through it and then come back and see if there are things to change or alter. That's my
That sounds
understanding?
great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we have, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, opposed, no?
It's fine.
Passes.
Okay.
4 to 3. Okay, anything else to change?
Did we
No,
fix, so
there's-
we need 4 to pass now, because there's only
I thought
7
I
of
said
us?
4, no?
I'll go with five.
Two
One,
together.
Yeah.
two,
Who's
three,
4?
5.
Four, so there's five.
there's 5.
5, 4.
No, I'm just, in general, because there's only 7 of us to approve motions, do we
Oh.
still need 5 or do we need 4?
4.
We need 4 now, okay.
So
5
it's
to 2.
Okay.
5 to 2.
You said first.
I miscounted
Oh,
over there
5 to 2.
something.
Okay.
Any other changes to the agenda?
I don't think we've finished the first motion to approve the agenda.
Right, so this is the discussion still, any other, well, that motion's done now, so we could either move on to a vote to approve the agenda or other discussions on the current agenda,
Well, I'd like
as
to-
amended by the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to move the policy red lines 12A to, let's see. I just actually have a question, so. Into 14 maybe?
I think we can discuss it during the consent agenda, because we still have a discussion time.
Because we're just noting one, like, tweak.
Right, but do I need to make the motion that we can discuss it, or we can just discuss it as part of the first?
Isn't it part of the discussion when we vote to approve the consent agenda?
There's always a spot for discussion after the second, so we could have discussion then.
I mean, the only piece was, in policy 205, there's one provision that talks about coaches, and it just seems like that provision rests in some phrasing about closed meetings, and it seems to run against our previous conversations about at will.
Michelle, aren't these the red lines from the school board
Yep, they're
association?
the MSBA,
So these are the recommended policies from the MSBA.
but MSBA doesn't necessarily have a lot of at-will language stuff in there. So,
So I'm just saying, it runs counter to our conversations about at will. If we want to allow inconsistent language in the policy, then I guess we allow it. I'm just pointing it out.
So Jeff, if you want to pull that one out, then that would be the motion, is to pull out the 205, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I
For
mean,
the
just
discussion?
pull out 205
I don't know if we can pull out a policy under,
specifically.
yeah, because it's all as an agenda item in the consent agenda. So it's kind of all or nothing. And that was a really big document.
Yeah.
There was a lot in
I
there.
don't know if it matters if we pull out the one document or not. I'll point to a specific provision when we get to it.
I think that'd be
I
okay.
think the motion is to pull out 12A
Yeah.
for further discussion. Okay, so can we get a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion on that one?
Which, are you
12A,
putting,
so it'll pull out all the red line policies, because we just
but are you
called
just
it.
putting it under 13 or 15?
It should-
Probably 15,
Yeah,
but,
15,
15?
I think so.
so it'd be 15K.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be short.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, abstain, so that one passes, we're at 7 now, 7-0, so we'll pull that one out and take that discussion over. Okay, any other clarifications? And I'd like to take a vote on the agenda as amended, removing 13.
It's just her, it's just the way that you did
I'm losing track. Removing the
15I.
13I,
15I.
15I, and then technically
Moving.
adding a 15K.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have no I anymore. Or we could swap it out if you want.
There's no I in team. That's
All
perfect.
right.
I was just thinking that in my head.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so we have an agenda. Good. So then, any conflict of interest tonight? Is there, all right? We have decided to skip the monthly celebrations just with summer break. We're gonna bring that back again. So it's left in the agenda just so we remember to keep that on there. Open forum, is there any?
Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, okay, great. Is there only just the one?
And I apologize, I'm pretty sure that Annie used to be the one who printed the open forum note.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that until we didn't have one.
Okay, thanks. for
So
that.
now we'll get Amanda or Emma to do that ahead of the meeting.
So I'd like to introduce Wendell Sutton. Are you talking about Peter tonight? Okay, so, and then if you can keep it around 5 minutes. The microphone is here if you want to.
I'll speak loudly. This is my classroom, so I know how to fill the space.
All right.
And I apologize, it isn't typically this warm. I do know the air usually shuts off about 5:15, so maybe that has something to do with it. And I also do want to make note that part of Cottage Grove right now has no electricity. That is the part that I live in, so there may be some members that may not have access to tonight's meeting, so. Interesting. But here is a reason to celebrate. As you know, I am the band and orchestra teacher here at MSA. I'm also the chair of the Performing Arts as well as the advisor to the theater program. I'm coming to you today with exciting news from the theater program. This past week, the cast of our fall production of High School Musical participated in the Spotlight Showcase through the Hennepin Theater Trust. The Hennepin Theater Trust, if you're not aware, is a program is an essential part of an arts education in many Minnesota schools. They usually help about 8,000 students in more than 100 schools build confidence, critical thinking, empathy, a sense of community, and the knowledge of theater. The program supplements and enhances arts curricula throughout the production assessments, which we participated in this year, masterclass, and theater review writing, increasing equitable access to quality theater education. Spotlight Showcase is their annual recognition event in Minnesota's largest celebration of the high school theater and provides 16,000 students the opportunity to perform at the historic State Theater. Additionally, Spotlight Education partners with community organizations and elementary schools to create inclusive and substantial art experiences. So this is what our students participated in this past week. During the Spotlight production, each school who was recognized with either outstanding or honorable mention in any of their productions is permitted 5 minutes of stage time where they can go on and do a number from their show. Students who also received individual honors for outstanding or honorable mention also got to participate in an event of their own and bring that to the stage as well. At the end of our production, we did receive a medal or an award. So I will go ahead and pass this around so we can see. But I'd also wanted to take this time to give a few thanks. I really want to give a shout out to our students. They have been absolutely phenomenal over the last 3 years that I have been here, and I just can't believe the production that they can give as students. But that comes from a large part with our team. So I'm just the advisor. I get to take all the questions and bring them to administrations and be that person. But Karen Bitterman is our director and has done a phenomenal job with our students. If you talk to any of her students, they speak highly of her. Along with that is Beth Dempsey, as well as Mary Kay Stone. I also wanted to give a shout out to the Pierce family. They have done a lot for our productions as far as building sets, working with our tech. It's just been outstanding. And then as well as to our administrative team who support our productions. We can't do it without you, and we hope that you can continue supporting us as we develop into this new future of theater.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, yeah, well done. I would just say, Randy, when we come back into, say, September, October, it might be fun to bring the cast and crew up and do, one of our celebrations, just to have them come around and
Yep.
get some time in the spotlight. So,
And
yeah.
our auditions for our next musical are in August. We are doing the production of You're in Town.
Okay.
Look it up, it's
Great,
fun.
great. Thank you. Very exciting. So that's all I have. This is an open forum if you want to record that down. Next up, item 7, approval of minutes. We have the board meeting and a special board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion.
Eric, a second?
I'll second.
Cody seconds. Any discussion on the minutes? I didn't catch anything. I thought it was another well done. So you'll continue to be secretary? Otherwise, you should have had more errors. That's how that works.
Yeah.
So can I take a vote? All those in favor of approving the agendas?
Yep.
Opposed? Minutes.
Oh, minutes.
Sorry. Opposed, abstained? So passes 7-0. Thank you. No student representatives this month, but we will have 2 coming in, starting in September, so.
One of our representatives is here to watch.
This is Joseph.
Welcome so much, Joseph, so, yeah. Looking forward to having you come, and thanks for taking some time out of your summer.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, we'll probably, do you know everyone here, Joseph?
Yeah.
Have you met, familiar with? So, Dan, and do you know the community members as well?
I met him at the Geek Game night.
Okay, great. And do you know Eric? Oh, okay. So, very good. Then we are on to, I think you are up next, item 9. Cecilia.
Yes. I will be quick. This is my last executive director's report for you guys. And I just want to take the opportunity, thank you for this opportunity this year. I have really enjoyed it and I've learned a lot, and it's been a good challenge. So we put in a sample of a dashboard, and in the workshop we went into quite a bit of detail about the strategic plan and how administration would report to you each month on progress. And I want to be clear, it won't be progress on each item. There are a lot of items. You won't have that kind of time and you won't want that much detail. But, like the idea that was shared in the workshop, maybe you'll get the overall red, yellow, or green for each of the 3 strategic priorities, and then maybe a couple of examples that are timely. You'll evolve this to meet your needs. And but if you want to click on the sample, Amanda is the
Item 9.
executive director's report, item 9, and it's the sample dashboard.
Yeah.
So this might be, for example, what it looks like to see the progress on implementing professional learning communities, PLCs. Maybe getting department meetings to learn how to become professional learning communities. You know, the progress that each department is making, something like that. Maybe the implicit bias training, how much have we gotten? So that was just an idea. Dr. Hinton started playing around. We'll keep it high level and then we'll have some level of detail if you have questions or for sharing with other audiences. I think this kind of stuff is great for parent meetings. It's great to have on our website. It's great to have at the student town halls to answer some of their questions. So, I don't know, I can pause to see if you have thoughts about that before I shift to my other item.
One thing that would help me is like we have percentages, but maybe if we could look over time. So
Some
just
longitudinal
just
stuff.
because for me it's easy if I see we're getting worse, so we're, you know, if we're hiring a bunch of people but they haven't been trained, then our numbers will be getting worse. Whereas if we're nailing it out the park with the training and it's getting better, I'm feeling good about, you know, okay, we're making progress. So something that's telling me our direction.
Sure.
I think what'll be interesting in that spot, I think about like earnings release for public companies. They have the one pager that says all the things, and then they spend an hour talking about all the things behind the things.
Yeah.
I see a little bit of that here, where you have a dashboard that's here's where we are this month. Here's some of the things that are going against that, or for that, or celebrations, or other things. So it allows us to have like a quick hit of green, yellow, red, or whatever we want to do, followed by, you know, if implement the PLC process month over month is getting better, that's a great like little voiceover to have. Here's where here's where we're at this month, and then over the last 4 months we have a 50% increase in the amount. It gives us a chance to get that quick hit, and then the executive director.
So that point in time and then the perspective.
Yeah, just like a little voiceover. I think voiceovers are really important because it tells the story, and it gives the executive director a chance to tell the story versus just the metrics.
We use the expansion as before. I mean, so if something, terrible happened and got us kind of off track, that would be a good time to talk about it. We say, okay, now we're at least yellow, maybe red, and here's a few reasons why we need to fix this and this, or it's unfixable and this is where we're at now. So at least that's your cue to kind of update the board on how we're making progress. And maybe we're.
I like it. I would like it if I was still here because I know there have been some board meetings I've left and I was like, now even preparing the package,
missed something, sure.
I missed
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
This, you won't miss it because it's going to be red
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever,
exactly
Yeah.
Is there a chance with the dashboard items that if they were based on kind of our big 3 categories of the strategic plan, is there a possibility that when clicking on one of the colors of the pie charts or things like that, then you would see those data points?
Like a web-based kind of?
Yeah, I've seen that.
In Visio, like Visio is a platform that will do that.
Yeah, I've seen that with some other reporting where you have your general picture so you can get a quick glance, but then when you click, you then actually get some of those key data points. I don't know if it's possible or no, but that'd be really helpful. Like,
That'd be
this is
cool
a
for the
big
website,
category,
too.
and
Yeah.
the little ones underneath that make up the category.
Yeah. I was just saying, that would be nice on the website if we could update the website with the dashboard and then there's a few things
I
behind.
love that idea.
But I don't know if it's possible like right now, but just over time.
Yeah, I think it could be built in Visio or something like that. So just so you know, when we, last year at this time, we wouldn't have had the capacity to do this. So part of it is Dr. Hinton is really good with data and things like this, and so am I, but I would never have had the time. And then Joelle Hunsack, our March coordinator, she loves this stuff, but she had too many other things on her plate. So we've moved things off of her plate. We've got our office fully staffed. And Joelle did some of the stuff you're going to see later from Dr. Hinton. And she sent me a note saying, whoever's going to do this in the future, I'll put down the instructions for how to do it. And I said, well, I was really hoping you could do it in the future. She said, oh, I would love to. So it's been a nice shift.
Good.
Okay. Anything else on the dashboard?
No.
So then I'll go into my other item.
The only thing I would say on the dashboard is, I guess, we'll just continue to evolve it as if you come with another proposal with this feedback, and I'm kind of looking to the next crew, if you will, right? So then the next month we'll come with another proposal and we'll get it there. But
One of the things I was thinking about in the strategic plan, where it says dashboard, to figure out, and it won't be there in July, but just to temper expectations, but that you could, if you wanted more detail, if we had it as a live link, you could click on it, see the information, see where we are on that, if it's updated, and then if there are people in the public or certain areas that you're particularly interested in that we might not have time to talk about at a board meeting, you could dig in further, but that would be available for transparency as to where we are on those topics.
Kind of make it a choose your own adventure.
Right.
Right, and that would give you time so that not everything would have to necessarily be discussed at a board meeting, but it could be reviewed.
Good. So, okay, I just want to get that, so next one, next topic.
Great, so the next topic is, at the end of May, we held listening session with parents of students who receive special education services and parents of students who receive services under Section 504, under the umbrella of parents of students with disabilities. And we had a nice turnout, about 16 parents came, it was great. This link in your packet is a little handout we provided. The issues down the left column are, the ones in bold are paraphrased from the findings of our investigation. And then there are some below that are not in bold, that are just things that we have found that are issues. And then what we did is we had filled in some of the steps that are already in progress in that third column. But we had small groups, we broke them into 3 groups, and they discussed and they shared examples. So the second column is notes from participants, and then they shared ideas for making things better. So the takeaways for you, number 1, parents were not surprised by these findings. These findings are for real. Many of the parents had similar experiences that they shared, okay? So I need you to know that. The other thing is they came in the spirit of partnering with our school to make things better, which is amazing. One of the things I've learned about this school is the parents give us a lot of grace and support. And that's a gift. You don't find that everywhere. But it's not unlimited. Like, it's a gift with limits. So we can't take our eyes off of these issues. One of the ideas that came out of this meeting was that there should be some kind of I'm going to call it a special education advisory committee, although I do think it should be about special education and Section 504, so you may want a different name. So we have a lot of kids on 504 plans.
What about IDEA advisory committee? Does it encompass both?
IDEA wouldn't encompass both.
Oh, shoot.
No, but we don't have to worry about the name right now. We just need to have an advisory committee of parents of kids with disabilities who receive services here. I think it's a really important group to form, and they need to be able to help the administration know how things are going, and the board needs to know that they are empowered to help and even have the board's ear. So I think it would be a really important thing to do. When we put special ed training in the strategic plan for staff, we do not mean like a 1-hour thing in opening week. No, we mean a lot and in depth, and even some of our teachers will get some one-to-one, sit down, let's go through all of these kids, let's go through your curriculum, let's figure out what your teaching is going to look like, how can we support you? Very individualized. We need to do that because of these findings. I will tell you, our authorizer told me on the way here, the way we have this written in our strategic plan is not enough. She wants to see the details. So I'm telling you, the details are there. We just really need to do them and have them lined up. So for example, we have staffed up. We'll have a full-time on-site coordinator for special ed in 504 this coming school year, plus our contracted special ed director to really help make things happen, okay? And we're gonna really front load a lot of training for staff. So that's really important. our contracted special ed director wants to come and do a presentation to the board maybe in September, and we have their contract, Indigo, in our consent agenda here. They have actually said if we don't get our act together here, they might not want to be our special ed director anymore because that taints their reputation. So this is big stuff, serious stuff.
The only thing I would say on the training is it's really important, or it's really easy to have training be a goal. Training doesn't mean anything if there is an actual action that's taken after that. So for me, that's something I'm going to be really interested in for the board, holding the executive director accountable on. Success for all students, yeah, training is amazing, now what?
Yep.
To me, that's just like a price of admission.
We need to see things changing. We need to get these parents to continue to gather and say what's getting better and what's still happening.
I think that's where a committee makes a lot of sense, because then you actually have parent advocacy alongside the board.
And it is something that most school districts and charters, I don't know, I can't speak for charter schools. School districts have special ed advisory committees. Charter schools should have them too. It's pretty important. So. Anyway, that's all I wanted to share about that, but I think it needs to be one of the big priorities. And I know I watched our teachers this year at IEP meetings and 504 meetings, and they impressed the heck out of me. And I have watched these teachers clearly care about the kids and want to do the right thing, and we need to be able to focus on supporting them to do what they need to do. So I think it'll be a big year with lots of good progress.
Great. Thank you for the update. We'll move on to the chair's report. So I have two updates for tonight. One was we did call for a special session here in the month of June. It was an important topic. We had the administration come with the recommendation to if you will, terminate the contracts of two individual employees. The board went through a closed session because of the private data and the nature of the content that we needed to discuss. So we had a closed session. The board did accept, if you will, or vote through one of the recommendations and did not vote through the other. So we have had to make some changes there. The notes that are public are posted in the packet, but just wanted to make everyone aware that that was a tough discussion, but needed to have happen. It's one of our roles as a board. The other thing I'll do is a little bit of soapbox on my way out of the last term. Is just it's called overall vision. Apologies if that doesn't make sense, but I just wanted to share a few things that, one of the main takeaways, and Jennifer, I'll pass you these, you don't have to take fast. Yeah. One of the main takeaways from the investigation is that the board, so us, we need to improve our ability to govern. We need to improve the way that we govern MSA, as well as we need to better understand our roles as board members. So those are two pretty big things that was consistent and unfortunately made up a big portion of the report in terms of the findings in that sense. So to that point, I'm actually asking Eric to lead a new governance committee for us that we don't have in place right now and we need. So we'll take that discussion later, but I'm just asking right now for the board members to commit to learning and practicing an improved governance model as we move forward. The second thing is, at the start of this calendar year, we adopted a more equitable vision and mission, so I think that's fantastic. We kind of could see that we needed to do something there. We also set 3 strategic priorities, so that is within our rights. The MSA administrators and staff have built a strategic plan calibrated to these priorities and vision and aligned with our mission. So key findings and recommendations of the investigation have also been embedded in the plan, because for the public understanding, we've seen it now for a little bit longer than you've had a chance to have discussions about it. So if we as a board support the implementation of this plan, we will be more equitable and inclusive and also better governed. So please help continue to support these strategic plans that are built on our priorities, mission and vision. And the new executive director has a clear path forward. We have discussion and we will discuss more about that path forward, but I would be surprised if it changes much. But the support of the board to address the findings in the investigation by following the strategic plan is extremely important. So I have faith, I think we all can have faith that MSA can remedy any of the problems and give us an even better school moving forward. So I think we have a lot to be proud of. We have some opportunities where we can grow, everyone does, but we know quite clearly where our opportunities to grow are for the coming few years. And let's make as much progress as we can, as fast as we can. So that's my vision, if you will. I step off my soapbox. Thank you. Next up, board committees, subcommittees. So in normal fashion, we'll go through unless people have questions. So annual fund, I don't think, we have a specific topic to address the future board committees and task force, so that's not right now. Right now, we're just going through what happened last month. So I don't think there was annual fund update. Communications, you have, I guess, any questions for Maggie? Expansion committee, we have a separate topic we'll take coming up. A lot of progress there, though. Personnel, we did the review, survey and whatnot. Policy, we have a separate red line updates from you. Anything, academics, questions? Otherwise, then we go to finance, where we normally do pause, so.
Yes. So we have two things. First is to approve May's financials.
So
that
Amanda
was
goes to
11,
11, and then under
A.
finance committee,
Oh.
and the B, right, the second document?
A's the notes.
You don't want
Here's the
that,
notes.
right?
Did anyone have a
That's
question
up
on the
the
notes, I
screen
guess?
right now.
No.
Okay. And then B is our financial report.
So that's the one we did click on.
Oh,
No, that's
it's like,
A.
oh, I thought, I'm sorry, I was thinking, you guys are crazy. It's, okay. It's.
Oh, it should be B, it should be
I know,
the,
I have it
I'm
on
thinking
this.
B, it's just.
It's just
Tried
not
and it
B.
looked wrong.
Okay, I got it.
But it's working on,
It's working on mine, yeah.
yeah.
Worked on mine. I thought I double checked everything.
Yeah. That one's just called supplemental information.
There you go. Oh, no,
No,
not that
that's
one.
a supplemental. Everyone,
You should have this.
I'll motion to approve the financials.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Everyone got to see them in the
Okay,
packet, right?
Yeah.
I'll second it, Cody.
Okay.
So any discussion on the financials? Jeff, you good? Jennifer's furiously typing. Michelle, anything?
So it was the May 2022 under the B tab is what we should.
Yeah, B.
Because it
May
does work for
financial.
us.
Yeah, it works.
I just had one question. So on there, we ended up with a surplus, and you said that our bondholders like to see a surplus, but not too much. Are we in the not too much, or are we in the too much?
Just right.
I think we're in the, we're good.
Just checking. It was kind of left hanging, so I didn't know. It was just out there.
Yeah, no, yeah, we were
Waiting.
in that sweet spot.
Nice. Love it.
Any further question, clarification? I'll put it to a vote. So this is just B, not C. Just B, not the
B and C are
supplemental.
together.
B and C together, okay. The supplemental
They're separate
information.
we're given separate
Okay.
documents, so
Yep.
So you motioned B and C.
The
To be
financial
approved.
the financial document.
the
Okay.
financial documents,
Okay,
yes.
I can second that.
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay, abstain? Good, okay, so both the financial report and supplemental information approved unanimously.
And then the next one is the projected budget,
Hmm.
which is A under the approval of financials. And that is our, yep, that one. That is the budget projection for next year.
So I can make a motion to approve,
And I'll second it.
for the second.
are those
I-
adjustments for PSEO, is that because we don't get the head count recognized?
Yeah. We get,
So the kids take their money with them to college.
Yes.
You know, essentially how it goes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a question, did this include, we talked about a raise, a small raise, is this in
that
here?
includes the raises,
Okay,
The raises are in this current budget. The 3% raise
Yeah.
is in 21, 22.
and that continues through here? So I mean,
No, 22, 23, we've built in what we think the raises should be, and what, also, Mr. Vetch will come forward probably with another recommendation on the salary schedule, so that, the
Okay.
personnel committee can work on that.
But those are the, what we're gonna do in next May.
Yes.
The 3% for the contracts that the teachers just signed is included.
Is in
this
21,
budget.
22.
Okay.
We are also, in the
22,
strategic
23.
plan, there's a.
Because we just signed the
Oh,
contract.
yeah, that's right, yeah.
so then they are
Yes.
in this one now, okay.
Yeah, that's
gotcha.
right, and then a new salary schedule will get built for the following year.
The following year,
Yeah.
okay.
And there's a nice surplus here because there's a lot of unknowns, I think, going into this year, so we left a good 100,000 or more surplus in this budget for flexibility, plus there's a contingency line that Mr. Vetch has to.
Okay.
Yeah, we budgeted in 20,000, for contingency for Mr. Vetch to, work with, and then we have a surplus of 144,000.
Is there anything in the budget for board training and other things?
That's in there too.
We built quite a bit more into training than typical, but some of that surplus is there for training. You know, so we expect you to use some of that surplus on training, even though we increased the training budget too.
I should know, and I have to be careful how I word it, but we spent a fair bit on investigations, legal and whatnot. Do we have a number in there for this next year, or?
So that's another reason why I left so much of a
Okay.
surplus, because unfortunately, we're continuing to have some legal and
Yep.
PR
Yep.
expenses,
Okay.
you know.
You made the motion, who seconded it?
Cody seconded
I
it.
seconded it.
Any further discussion on next year's budget? Then all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So next year's budget passes unanimous. Good. So we are now up to consent agenda items. So we did pull out A. The red line policies have been moved for discussion. So I believe we're okay to make a motion. Can somebody motion to approve consent agenda items?
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
With,
Second.
do I have to say with changes? Or no, because we already approved the agenda.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Further discussion?
I just have one question. On the calendar that's in here.
Yep.
I was trying to compare them and I don't know if I was just hadn't had enough copy. I couldn't figure out what the change was between the previous
It
calendar.
was
and
one
what
day,
was-
wasn't it?
Yeah, so we noticed that there were only 174 teacher days on the draft, the one we passed last month. And this school year, we just finished, had 175 teacher days. So we removed that extra spring break day from March 13th and made that a PD day instead. So you guys have the same amount of work days as you had this current year that we're just finishing.
You made that a what day?
Oh, teacher
A
work.
professional development day.
Oh, a PD
Yeah,
day?
Yeah.
That's not how it looks on here. It looks like a teacher work day.
What day is it?
The 13th of March.
March 13th, it's supposed to
It
be.
has an X, but it's pink.
Okay, it's supposed to be professional development day. I should have made it green.
Yep.
So you can do that?
Yes, I can do it, you guys can pass it the way it is, or you can look at it again in July, whatever you wanna do.
Let's
Let's
just-
click it in July. Or do
You
you want
wanna
to
do it in
approve it?
July?
Well, I
I'll-
mean,
I'd
All you
rather
did
get
is
it,
change from red to green.
I don't
Oh.
want to look at it beginning.
no,
That's fine.
I'd rather just approve it with
I
the
wanna look
change
at
to
it.
color.
It changes whether or not we report that day. So that's-
yeah, that's why.
It changes whether or not we report that day.
It'll be
Yeah,
professional
well,
development.
it'll be a professional development.
So then it changes what it was.
But I meant to make it professional development day.
What they're saying is it's a substantive change and that we shouldn't just hand wave it away, I think is what.
So, like,
We weren't suggesting that it was a teacher work day.
I know, but before, when everyone saw the calendar,
When everyone saw the calendar, it was a spring
it was,
break day.
right. And W day gives you the option of where you want to work. A PD means you have to be on I wouldn't mind looking at it again. That's just me.
I think the question was, did we really want to go down by one workday, by one?
I know.
Are you saying that teacher workday is better than professional development day?
It depends what the professional development is.
And we need
So,
a
and just know,
lot.
and we do need
We
a
do
lot,
need a
and
lot.
I get that. What we were shown is not this.
To come in and
But
be on site.
Steve sent it out to
Okay.
the calendar committee.
Okay.
And we didn't hear back from them,
Okay.
so.
Heard back from one person. On calendar. In support
In support of the change.
of the change, yes.
I mean, we need the same number of days, don't we? I mean, that's not really,
And that's fine too.
I mean, for the school, not
Yep.
individual
Yeah,
teacher, we
those
gotta
are-
put the
they
board hat
pay the
on.
same
For the school,
amount,
we need the same number of
Yep.
days that we had last year. So,
well, because we had the same problem when we approved last year's calendar, and then we had to go back and fix it again
It's a
because of
nightmare,
that. Yeah,
actually.
yep. So,
what do you need from us to?
oh, I would
So,
just,
My recommendation, I know that teachers might prefer a workday because then they can choose to stay home and work. My recommendation is that March 13th be a PD day. That's what it should have been. I don't know how it got read. It's probably my fault. We did send it out to the calendar committee. It's a change. I recommend that you approve it as green instead of red.
So without that PD day, do we fulfill the PD requirements that we have in mind, or? do
No,
really,
we don't
really
have
need to
enough professional development days at all. So in order to really get the PD done that you really need to make the changes that are in the investigative report, I recommend that become a professional development day.
So now we're kind of discussing a consent agenda item specifically,
Right.
but
We could be really thinking about it and then just, it is what it is.
You could.
I think it needs to be moved to discussion, so it's, because if we just approve everything as the lump as consent agenda, we could argue we approved it as presented to
The
us,
teachers would be happy.
as opposed to what the recommendation truly was.
well, and again too, I understand the need for PD. I do. I don't, that wasn't really my point. My point was, well, then, can't it get fixed and show up in July? That was my point.
so what
Not-
if what if we approve this one, but then we expect in July to come back and, so at least now we have something on the 13th?
Yeah, and I understand, but also understand, in the past, I'm really hopeful that the PD is better. Because it's been checking a box.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we did this, great. So, if that's the point and it's substantial, it feels beneficial to be here. Not that I can't use Workday, because I can always use Workday. So, I guess that's, I do understand the point of having a PD.
I'm
I
also,
apologize for making the mistake on the calendar.
I'm also hearing we have a calendar committee and we haven't heard back from everyone on the
No,
calendar
it
committee.
was the tail end of the school year when we were trying to fix this, but Steve emailed it to the calendar committee and one person on the committee
Responded
said-
back?
Responded back that there is.
Well, and if we have to have the day, we have to have the day.
Yeah.
I get that. That's not the problem, so.
I think you have three choices. I think you can approve it in the consent agenda, and then we'll bring back a fixed version in July for you to do it, or you can approve it with a note that says this should have been PD day, or you can not do anything. I don't know. It's in the consent agenda.
Well, I mean, honestly, there is a fourth option because this is what was proposed. So if it's approved on the consent agenda as is, I know it's not ideal from what you would like, but technically this is what was submitted.
Right, it was an accident.
I know, so
I think-
I'm just saying,
But right now it says it's a no school day, but it's pink. Because it's an X. There's no,
Which is what it.
It's
which is a
red.
no school day.
It's red.
oh, it says accident though, right?
Yeah, which is a no school day.
Right, which it
So-
would be whether it was a work day or PD day.
So the X means no school for students.
All right, I think we need to not talk about this anymore. I
Okay.
think we need to
We need
update
to
it
keep it
and
moving.
move it to next month and then have it on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I think so too. So So we make a motion to pull it out of the consent agenda?
I motion to pull the calendar. Move item 12I from the consent agenda and move it to July.
If we didn't have a packed agenda, I would be okay to put it on later, but we have so much to
I second the
cover.
motion.
So, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So we pulled that one out. Open any cuts.
It was
You did,
Michelle.
Maggie?
I wrote that down.
Okay.
She's just
It's official
asking,
now.
I know that's what
Yeah,
I'm trying
it's
to figure
official.
it out too.
Why was
I
it
just
on
couldn't-
here?
I,
Yeah.
but, I don't know, my eyeballs, it was not enough.
My eyeballs.
So
I
what's
have
the best way
Cecilia.
to highlight this so we don't forget about it in the next month's agenda? Since you,
Yep, I have it in my notes and I will
thank you.
give it to you.
Hopefully this is a quick one, but E, the PR contract,
So this we learned, remember how we were gonna have the PR firm be a subcontract
Yep,
under Ratliff Rozak Maloney? Apparently they have if an invoice is over $500, then they want the client to pay it directly.
Okay.
So I'm like, we can't pay it directly without a contract, so.
okay, gotcha, that's fine.
Found that out after the fact.
Any further questions?
That doesn't impact anything.
No,
Or
it's
firm
same,
or just
nothing.
a payment.
It's just which way the line goes.
So I believe we've made motions, we're in the discussion phase, so can I push it to a vote? All those in
Yeah.
favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So we passed the remaining consent agenda items. So now, discussion decision section 13, correct? Yep. So this one is, we have 3 topics, if you will, and maybe we could have talked about a better order, but we have to talk to the fact that we're down, board members. We have to discuss at least the officer positions moving forward. Officially in June, we're supposed to elect. That's what we have in our bylaws. And then in C, go through the committees. So the ones that we have, we listed it as review, confirm, and appoint board committees with representatives. So,
And then I think I go.
I think you leave after this section.
No,
You leave now?
yep, approved
Because there was a whole
seating.
thing about whether or not if you're leaving should be part of just, more substantive voting, it would be unethical.
Oh.
yeah, and I should have put that in there as Michelle's.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Adios.
Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
You're like 5
Do I have to leave too and then come back in? Is that being reelected?
No.
No, I'm kidding.
Jeez. Wait a minute.
You don't want to stay, just go ahead.
You're making.
Shit, games.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, definitely.
Bye.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, see you.
Thank you for your amazing service.
And then if there's anything like with the word versions, policies or anything like that, I have in a folder so I can separate it.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Michelle.
We're all jealous.
I know.
It's so hot in here.
Not so hot wherever she's going,
Yes.
right?
Can't be this
Our
hot.
quorum is 6.
6, so good point. So there's 3, 4 is a majority, 3 is break even. Okay.
Can't we have an even number?
Unfortunately, yeah. Okay. I have the books, but should have read through what happens with the smaller board. So what's the best way to go through here? We also have the bylaw discussion under the diversity, equity, inclusion, so 14F. Another time where we get a chance to talk through the best board makeup for now and then moving forward as well. That was initially purposely put down there because it kind of was one of the recommendations to us out of the report, was to revisit how our board is set up. So I was just going to say, so quickly jumping back to our old format is an option, but it's also maybe an opportunity for us to sit down and say, okay, time out. What is it that we should be looking like as a board moving forward? So I throw all these outside. There's not more concrete way to think through it, but they all kind of are related.
I
So.
have one question, and I wish Michelle was here, maybe you guys know this, but the process to
to update the bylaws,
So I know it.
what is that process?
So, in addition to the board approving, and the board needs to have 2 hearings.
2 sessions, yeah.
I think before you approve, a majority of the licensed staff need to approve a change. So the way it would go is you guys might talk about something, make a draft, and then it has to go to the licensed staff to approve, and that comes back to you for a final.
So I'm
approval.
asking the question because whatever we would talk about in bylaws tonight won't affect our nomination and seating process for this year, because the bylaws that we have today are what are gonna govern the way that we have to do this right now.
I mean, you could make a change in the fall by using this process. You don't
That's
have to
right.
wait till a year from now.
That's right.
So under the current bylaws, which we couldn't change till, we could make the draft tonight, read them once in June, or once in July, once in August, and then they would take effect in.
We
No,
need
you
to
have to
bring it
wait
to
for
the
the
teachers.
licensed
You have to wait for the licensed teachers to be back on campus.
Which
they're not here.
So,
September
so
would be
your
the
September
soonest.
meeting, you could approve something new. But the
And
thing
so,
is,
but all I was gonna say is, I gotta be careful, I don't wanna bias it, but I feel like we have an opportunity, if you will, we have a procedure or policy in place where we could self-nominate, we, have potential interest in teachers, and we need a couple more teacher members to be sitting on, so that's an option. I'm kind of leaning towards, let's just take a time out and work through the process, almost, I don't wanna say hobble by, but we have only 6 now, this is our board right now. And can we get through the next few months with the 6? It's just an idea that I want to talk to the board about, and then make a proposal for what
Here's
the board.
challenge is it's actually stated in the bylaws that the terms shall begin at the regularly scheduled meeting in June.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm okay with that because if we bring, whoever would have come in, we'll have a shortened term. That, we've done that, that has been the practice. The terms don't change. So then instead of getting 3 years, let's say we get 2 years and 9 months, or whatever that is. That's right.
A term of board or a term of an officer, because.
well, they're both related,
Well,
honestly.
Right, so I think I get what you're saying, but would that leave us without officers?
Let's discuss it. I'm biased because I'm running, so I have to I'll put that conflict of interest on.
Right.
But the way I would see it play, and sorry to interrupt you, Jeff, is that if we have the board, this is our board right now.
Right.
We have an option if we want to, we could even add in temporary people if we wanted to. Say, you're gonna be interim for the next 3 months until we get our bylaws figured
Do
out.
we have the right to make that decision, or does it have to go through a nominating and approval process?
We can put in who we want, and we have an example before you came on where we had to put in an interim one where we were gonna bring in somebody back in the future, and that for different reasons didn't work out that way. But, so we had an interim one, we brought that person in and said you were gonna be an interim one until such time as we bring in the next person.
the board can vote on,
Vacancies in
people
membership
that-
positions inclusive of regular elections shall be filled by majority vote of the board. Okay.
So Jeff, to answer your question, but I'm biased, we have 6 people, we need 4 positions. We don't need to fill all 4 perhaps, we could probably get by with some. I think we need at least a chair, I would argue, maybe a chair, vice secretary, something like this.
7, we should at least have an odd number, because, right now,
We need 4 votes.
well, yeah, when there's 6, if we can have a split vote, 3 to 3, and then there's no tie, or what do we do for a tiebreaker?
an even number is a challenge.
It is.
The other thing I was just gonna say is, you may wanna consider keeping people in their current officer roles, because we would need a treasurer, like, we're switching business, assistants. Brittany's leaving and Shawnee just started today, and Shawnee will need to sign a signature card at the bank, and we need a treasurer, executive director, and business assistant. So we would need a treasurer in July to even make deposits.
Are you saying that we could pause on the officer positions, but have current officers retain those
You
positions?
could, I think
for
you
the
could, I
interim?
don't know. I think you could.
I'm not, sorry.
What if we
I'm
voted
not-
you in?
No, I can't do it next year. Somebody else can do it. There's enough of us that one of you can do it.
But the separate question is, I mean, is one option to appoint more people to the board tonight? Because even on an interim basis, that we want to get the word out, because
Yeah, I
who would
would
we
think
appoint?
so.
Who's in that pool? I don't see that, and I
Well,
don't know if
we-
we've sent an email out to people that are
Yeah, there's
interested.
have to be a little work to be able to.
A little
Well,
bit. I mean-
Maggie and I did our work, that's a
That's-
future item on the
Yeah,
agenda. We
because
did our
that
work.
was our assignment.
Yep.
from the
so
last board
We have
meeting.
recommendations for you.
But did you send out an email to all the staff? Or, I mean, I know I'm
No,
asking-
we did
just
not.
Let me
People
finish.
who
I'm
we
just
had-
trying to find out what the process is, because, you know, we have talked a little bit about how we arrive at people that might be interested. And I'm of the mind that in addition to, you know, seeking out people that are interested, we ought to open it up to everyone. So
I
they
mean,
know.
we do that, Jeff, we really do that.
So we sent an email to everyone.
Not this time, but typically when there's an opening.
I understand, that's why I'm trying to figure out what did we do this time versus, you know, what we should be doing. And I think there have been times where, you know, we've been criticized for not sending out an email, opening it up. So we have to be careful about that. I know we need, an odd number would be great. It's an interesting quandary on whether we have temporary officers. Now, the one specific position I'm thinking of is we have to have a teacher as either chair or vice chair.
Yeah.
Right.
So, right now, sorry.
We have
but
one
we want-
teacher.
We have one. So even if we had two, that doesn't feel right until we change the bylaws. To me, it doesn't feel right.
Two
Because we have
teachers?
two teachers on
Yeah.
the board
Yeah,
to
yeah.
choose from,
Yeah.
because we're supposed to have four.
Yeah.
So that's like half of who might be available.
So I agree with you.
Those are questions.
Yeah.
I have no clue of what the answer
I guess I like the idea of having more people. I mean, if we have 9, that's great. You guys have been fantastic, as with the other folks coming to the board meeting. Almost every board meeting, everyone's here. It's been fantastic for that. So I like that. I'm not fighting that. I'm just trying to think in the what is that future state? This rule of requiring a teacher may or may not be correct. I think that's for us to discuss and decide. We have some different. So putting in place the board with kind of I'll call it the older legacy board that we had. That one wasn't working. We can go through all the different reasons. So I'm a little reluctant to say, let's put that back in place again and then move forward, because
If you don't do that, then you're kind of stacking who's gonna vote on the
Sure,
very proposal
sure.
you're talking about.
So what I do like having perhaps a temporary, some sort of interim or something, and be clear to the folks to say, we are very much so investigating or, looking into how our board needs to be set up. So you're not getting a 3-year term. You may get a 3-month term, just so we're clear, because come in September or October, whenever we finally get through the bylaws change, I feel like I don't want to rush that. We need to do that right, and I want to have everyone's input. It's not a matter of excluding people here or there, and if bringing extra people onto the board helps, as long as we have kind of a clear way to say, this is my opinion, you're on temporarily, maybe we go to 12, I don't think so, but whatever that new number is, well, it would be great to be odd. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. We're just trying to figure out what makes the most sense with a fair process for the school, knowing what we know, which is we have some opportunities as a board to how we govern ourselves, and how do we make that work.
Right, but to be fair, you can't kind of hedge your bets and structure this board in anticipation of a change we may or may not consider. So I understand we might look at numbers, number of particular group, all that, but you can't hedge all that, because then you're setting the board up to make the very vote you want.
Oh, true, okay. I wasn't
Well,
getting
I
it, but
think
now
that
I
would
get what
not
you mean.
work.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure there's no perceived conflict.
Sure.
I mean, I know it's
Yeah.
not us, it's just.
I think it says in here, suitable members will be appointed by the BOD as soon as possible after notification. It fulfills duties, that's when there's an absence, when they're gonna miss 3 or more. But I suppose these vacancies are because they're gonna miss 3 or more, because they're not gonna be here anymore. I feel like we need to fill the seats next month until the changes are made, but we can give that caveat that we are looking to change the bylaws, and under the new bylaws, some of the seats will be eliminated.
So one way maybe, fill 1, 2 seats, and then I know there's a built-in, interesting way of can we operate without a chair, but I'm okay with 1 month and choosing a chair next month. Once we see 2 more people. Maybe that, I haven't thought this through, so
Sure.
I'm sure there's some issues there, but
So
kind of
just,
build up the board first, so we have people to choose from.
in case you don't remember, because I've read this report more often than you guys have, but there's quite a bit in the report about, it's hard for teacher board members to understand their roles. It's hard for them to put their board hats on. I had a board member come up to me after the closed session and say, I know what I should have done, I couldn't do it. So, as an example. And the other thing it said was, consider thinking about maybe having fewer teachers. But, I don't know if that's the answer. I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying that it's in the report. And then the other thing was that there was the finding that other board members abdicate their responsibilities and kind of just go with whatever the teachers say. So these are all the governance problems that you need to try to solve, whether it's with the numbers of people or not, I don't know. And then finally, Laura, our lawyer, remember when we had our earlier closed session, she said, you're all just board members. You're not community, you're not parent, you're not teacher, you're all just board members. And so that might be a goal to get towards, too. In terms of.
We have a number and not necessarily pools, or what do you
I
say?
still think you probably need to have your bylaws say, I don't know what she meant by that, except for you need to put your board hat on,
Yeah.
not your parent, community, teacher hat,
Sure.
your board hat.
Yep.
All the same hat. I think that's what she was saying, which is easier said than done.
Well, and those are great observations, once again, for the future. So we can't hedge that future state with what we intend to do necessarily, because we have to live by the current policies. Or what, we agree that we're gonna ignore those just because there are things that have been said about the board and the report?
I think the question is, what can you do within the existing bylaws tonight?
Yep,
That's
yep.
why the interim conversation
Yeah.
is coming up, so that we can update the bylaws to reflect the recommendations proposed through the investigation without having to wait another cycle to
Yeah.
have those take effect.
Yeah.
So-
Could we just operate with the 6 of us for several months in like an emergency state?
At the,
And
well,
then-
okay, so it says
And then
here-
until we figure out what we're gonna do? I'd hate to just
So
see
it says in our
people-
bylaws, in the event that a BOD member will need to miss 3 or more consecutive board meetings, which in these cases, these seats
Okay.
will be missing 3 or more board meetings because there is no plan to fill them. A suitable member will be appointed by the BOD as soon as possible after notification to fulfill the duties during the absence. So if I'm interpreting that, we need to get them probably filled next month.
Who do we pick? Just anybody, or does it have to be?
Any, well,
Teacher,
there are
Right now-
teacher
right
parent?
now it has to be
It has to be
teachers.
that
3
setup?
teacher seats.
It has to be
According to the
3
bylaws.
teachers.
Oh, 3
Right now, it
teachers.
has to be 3 teachers.
Okay.
So according to what we have laid out. In the past, when that has happened, it's been, hey, we got a seat, who wants it? And then then we find out, and then we're like, hey, so-and-so is interested, board, and that's how the board
Okay.
fills that seat. That's how it's happened in the
In the
past.
summer, is that possible? I mean, do
Well,
teachers check their emails?
Some do, some don't. So, but that's the thing too, and just because, well, we want to talk about this too, as we talk about teachers serving on the board, there historically is very little interest
Right.
because of the work
It's a
and the
lot of
time
work.
on top of everything else.
Okay.
We are, should we talk about this now or wait?
Well, when is
But
this
it-
on the agenda? Is this under diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Right
Yes,
now,
I
we're
think we
at
could talk
seating
about
new
it
board
now.
members.
Right.
Right.
Right, we're at the.
We're trying to
I
decide
mean,
what
I
to
think
do.
from what I interpret, actually seating the board members we have
Okay,
Right.
and the oath of office. And then we move into
And then we
the
vote for.
election
Yep,
of the,
chair, vice chair, yep.
which, I mean, we are, if we're discussing that interim phase, I'm in support of an interim phase for the seats until we have at least made a good faith effort to get all the seats filled. If we can only get 2 of them filled, then we've done our best.
When you say interim, you're talking about the board seats or the officer positions?
Officer.
No, officer.
Oh, I thought you were talking about teachers.
Yeah, I thought you meant board.
Well, I don't think it's fair if we potentially have 3 seats open to vote on officers when those 3 members don't get a chance to run.
And this is different than before, where before, if there's an open seat, there's an open seat, and you jump in as it is.
Yeah.
That's just how it's been in the past. This is different because of timing. I
But-
get that. But if you were gonna jump on in November, you're not getting to vote, and you're not going to be
Oh,
an
that's
officer.
true.
So and again, I get it. The timing is really weird.
We're a perfect storm right now.
It's-
Well,
yeah,
I
June.
suppose you all have the option to step down from your position, so if we want to use that mechanism to have a revote, we could do it that way.
I guess to Jeff's point, we're not really picking and choosing. The elections would normally be done in June with the board that you
Yep.
have.
Yes?
And our board is 6 now. So nobody chose this. This is where we're at right now. So I feel like that's the process. But I am also biased because I have my name in the thing. So I get the point, the optics. I don't like the
I
optics.
think you can
but
say that without having a conflict of interest, because that's the way the process works.
that's the way it currently works. I hope we change it, not necessarily the officer election bit, but I hope we do change our board
We have to be
constituency.
governed by our bylaws as they are today.
They are today, and they need to be changed. And we can't just do it because we don't have the teachers here to say
Right.
that's fair or not either, right? So
So you could vote on officers right now.
Yes.
that's what the policy is asking us to do.
Yes.
The bylaw is asking us to do.
And the only anomaly is, for the teacher position, we have one choice. Not by design or
Nope.
anything else, it just happened to be that. And if we are okay with that, knowing that we will continue to fill those positions ASAP, then we can move forward. I mean, I'm
I
okay
think the
with that.
continue to fill positions though will be once we have the bylaws updated to reflect what we want the
Well, then
governance
we're
to look
looking
like.
at 4
September.
months. No, no, because we're gonna wanna,
It's not
we'll
up-
talk about it here. I'd like the teachers to be back in so they can vote as
Well, they have to.
staff.
They have
And
to.
then,
Yeah.
so maybe the earliest is September or October, so that's 3 months.
I thought on the strategic plan it was in November.
What was November?
Well, we can move it up if we need to. I mean, it's
Something
important.
about number of members of the board.
We're talking about the.
Oh,
Well, just
we just
anticipate
put a
we had a-
deadline, like you need to get this
Yeah.
done before then.
Right.
We just. marked it.
Anyways, do we want to approve the seating of the new members?
So
of the
I
office?
you're the new member, right? So I can read the oath to you, is that correct?
You're also the new member.
You're also a member.
Oh, yeah, I was reelected again. Yeah, okay, so maybe you read?
Yeah, sure.
So this.
Do we need to make a
Sorry, I forgot
motion,
about
or
that.
Like longer than.
Okay.
Doing the
Well, we probably do, and it shouldn't be Dan or I, because that's a conflict of interest. potentially.
So, do we need a motion to approve the seating of the new members?
Are you making
I
a
will
motion?
make a motion to approve the seating of the newly elected board members.
I will second the motion.
All those
All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye.
opposed
Opposed? Thank you.
and abstained.
And abstain?
So
And do you need to
Two
say
abstain.
the person who resigned, or do you need to say that a teacher who was elected resigned her seat? Or did we say that last meeting?
Oh, you probably should
No, we
say
didn't,
that.
yeah, so we did have an election, yeah, we can say publicly, they have chosen to resign this seat, so we have now 3 open teacher positions, that's a good point, yep, thank you. So,
So that was 4.
That's
yes,
4,
and
yes?
2 abstain.
2 abstain. Okay.
Just sneak by and
Yes,
pass.
congrats. All right,
So now who reads the oath of office?
okay.
Okay.
Math and Science Academy Board of Directors member or oath of office. It is an honor that you were elected to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility as a director of the Math and Science Academy with the duties empowered by the Minnesota Legislature. This power puts you and the other members of our board of directors in the position of being both morally and legally responsible for the equitable, quality education of every student in the Math and Science Academy. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and advocacy. In providing vision, the board, with extensive participation of the community, envisions the community's educational future and then formulates the goals, defines the outcomes, and sets the course for the public schools. To achieve the vision, the board of directors establishes a structure and creates an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. Because, as a board of directors, we must be accountable to the community, we must ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children. As members of the board of directors, we serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community to advance the vision of our school. Furthermore, we must strive to work together with the director and staff to lead the Math and Science Academy toward fulfilling the vision we have created and in fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills and knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. Do I keep going?
Where we at?
By signing?
So, yep, so, and I forgot to print off copies, so we'll have to sign.
Later?
Later.
Okay. So by signing the document, you will accept appointment to the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors. I hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of
I
office.
think that's what.
Yep, and so that's for you guys. Okay.
So I can, by signing this document, I accept the appointment to the Math and Science Academy Board of Directors and hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office. I swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the state of Minnesota, and that I will discharge faithfully my duties as a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors to the best of my ability and judgment.
By signing this document, I accept appointment to the Math and Science Academy Board of Directors, and I hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office. I swear and affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Minnesota, and I will discharge faithfully my duties as a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors to the best of my judgment and ability.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we'll print them off and sign them here tonight.
Cool.
Good, can we move on to B?
Yes, please.
Okay, so B is elect chair, vice chair, treasurer, secretary. We have two nominations, one that I'm aware of, one for chair and one for treasurer. So myself for chair and Cody for treasurer. I noticed you didn't put in a vice chair.
No.
Is that because you knew you'd have to? Let the one teacher know?
But I will. 'Cause
Is that a self-nomination?
if that's what happened, I self-nominate myself as vice chair.
So the process starts with chair, so, but I don't want to jump the gun because I'm running for chair, but I would say if we did it, we would do chair, we'd do a vote, and then we'd do vice chair, and we'd do a vote, and then we would do treasurer, and then secretary. That's the way that officially we've done the process before. If you guys are okay, I would like to raise hands. If you want me to look down, I don't care, but I think
in the
it's,
past, we wrote them down and did a count, but.
we did, and we can. What process? First off, are you guys okay going through with the process?
Is there anybody else that's nominated for these positions?
Not that we thought.
One other quick clarification question. Should we in the future have 2 or 3 more members? Do we have a mechanism such that if somebody says, boy, I really don't want to be vice chair and I really want to be vice chair, do we have a mechanism to swap that? Can the board just do that? Through a vote?
I think at any time, we can resign our.
Yeah, you can resign your
Okay.
position at any time.
Because then I feel more comfortable,
And then
we
that-
move forward with what we have now.
That
and-
resigning would then trigger a re-election of that spot.
At the next board meeting.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
all right. Then,
I'm comfortable with that, using that mechanism for
yep,
when new
moving
members
forward.
join, if that's what we need to.
Do we, process-wise, do you guys want paper or do you want hands? Anyone preference?
Were you doing one at a time?
I think we got to start with the chair
Yeah, I think we
first.
have to go down.
I'm fine either way, I'm just saying that we thought we did that. by paper.
Hands will be quicker, I can look down, and I will abstain anyways, so that
So
helps.
Maggie should do the,
Sure.
You run the
Okay.
chair.
So for the position of chair of the board of directors, we have Dan Ellingson. All those in favor of accepting Dan's nomination?
I feel like.
Or do I have to do I motion to accept him first, or are we just voting?
We're just
Just voting. All those in favor of electing Dan Ellingson to be chair of the board of directors, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Motion carries, motion passes.
Okay. Then I think I can do the next one.
Sure.
Okay. So
Not that you have there's no choice either.
I would like for Maggie to follow the bylaws and become vice chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? All right, one abstention with Maggie.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Next up is treasurer, and Cody has self-nominated, so all those in favor of Cody remaining treasurer? You're also in favor.
You can't
Opposed?
be the first to raise your hand.
Abstain? Cody abstains, all right. Motion passes, Cody. So secretary is the question mark. All those in favor?
Any self-nominations?
So I want to respect, I mean, it's a lot of work, I get that, so I guess it falls to you then, Jeff? No?
Well, here's, I mean, my problem is I have so much outside in my personal life that requires care for my son and all of his disabilities, and I can't spend the time. I know it is a significant amount of time.
I can't either. I mean,
And honestly, I want to be focused on governance. I want to be focused on really driving the things that we need to do. And I know it's a lot of time and a lot of energy.
So one thought or proposal is, I mean, can we rely on administration a little bit for the interim?
Yeah, so
And
I
when
don't
I
want
say
to put
interim-
Amanda on the spot, but I actually think that somebody, we can arrange for someone to take notes, whether it's Amanda who's just learning how to drive this thing, or whether it's a second person, but I think you can count on us
And
to
when we
have someone.
were trained in, it's been a couple years now, I recall Eugene saying that the secretary wasn't supposed to take super
Right.
detailed notes, that was,
Really?
that was,
Ia does
Ia
take the
is-
notes,
Ia is
but
taking the notes, but I think it takes both of you, doesn't
I think
it?
there needs to be
But I
a
think
look
we
at that
can
contract.
find-
Okay.
Because
but do you
the
remember
notes
that?
are not,
When we were trained?
I mean, she's probably listening right now, but they're not as detailed as what I
Right.
do
How
myself.
long
Right.
do you spend on a monthly basis doing?
Well, after the meeting, I mean, it takes me about 2 days
Really?
to go through everything. It's a lot of
Yeah, there
work.
needs to be better.
And I have a job, full-time
Yep.
job and kids
Right.
and,
I think
What-
we can.
What about just as a proposal for now, we have 3 of the 4, we have a kind of hamstring board. If we revisit it in a few months, once we know better what the board looks like. I don't want to kick the problem to administration because I don't want your problems to come to the board. But at the same time, I think we can get by for a few months and see how. I don't know, I guess should be looking over to the, yeah.
We can do it. Yeah, we can cover it till.
So we pay for a service for notes.
We do, so the first thing I would do is talk to Ia and see, you know, I don't know, potentially, I want to understand her perspective if it takes takes a thought partner, or if she could do a more thorough
So-
job. It's hard.
so I
because
think-
she's, you know,
I
Sorry,
can
but
actually
tech-
answer that because I was secretary for it.
Yeah, yes, right.
You know, I mean, the secretary guides how detailed you want it. If you added nothing, I think we would be okay. But she wants a partner because, you know, votes happen quickly.
Yeah.
Now, we do record everything, but that would be a ton of
you
time.
it's a
to
whole
go
lot better to do it in the moment than go back.
Exactly. So really what she would be looking, I think, would be someone that could confirm specifically the votes, the wording of the motion, who voted what, and most of them are pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
So if we can cover that, we're like
It
90% of the way
might be something
there.
that between Amanda and
Yeah,
I
and you're
think-
90% of the way, or more.
Well, and maybe it's a good time to talk about, now that we are recording and broadcasting,
That helps.
does that change
No,
the role?
because the last
No.
thing you want to do is have to go back through those.
Yes.
the
No.
other thing I'll say is that in the report, that it was called out that
The
the secretary
minutes-
minutes are lacking, which
Right.
it's like,
Well, I went looking
it's
for
almost like they
information
want
from the last two
verbatim
meetings. Yeah.
And,
She just
and
needs to
Find it.
if
Oh,
we
yeah.
are hiring Ia to do it,
It's a good question.
it
So-
needs to be more, because
But we can
it's a
look
lot of work, yeah.
So, one other thing just to throw out there is, I mean, I think I was gonna check our bylaws, but we need to, technically, that's what the rule is, we should have one, so
Within 30 days of the vacancy.
within 30 days.
Yep, that's what the bylaws.
So let's are you guys okay if we revisit it, next month? I mean, we still gonna be,
Within 30.
So here's something, Jennifer, this, don't have to say yes to this, but just like any one of these other officer positions, the resignation can happen at any point in time. So if you were secretary for a couple more months and then resign.
I just can't, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've just been really looking forward to just this time where I don't, you know,
Okay. I
I'm
can only
sorry.
imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
So technically the bylaws, if you're resigning tonight, then the bylaws would state within 30 days, we have to have that vacancy filled. That doesn't mean that the obligations of that secretary position that you're doing today would be the same if we can figure out a different way.
But if we can't fill it, it's just gonna have to stay open. I
Right,
mean,
yeah, the bylaws
I mean, we're
say
gonna
it's
try,
gonna-
but.
that it has to be done within
just
30
as soon
days.
as possible.
I know,
The other
I
thing,
know.
if we do end up pulling in some folks interim or otherwise, you could say, you have opportunity to be secretary too, right, on top of it.
Right.
And maybe somebody wants to do that, because we've had, I mean, Michelle's fantastic with policies, you know, we have
She loved
examples of
that.
people that really excel in
I think
different
the other
areas.
thing too is let's look at it from what are the expectations of a board secretary in that
Yeah.
officer position over
Yeah,
the
it
next couple of
shouldn't be
months. If it's
Too
like,
much just notes, yeah.
if this should be handed off to somebody else and this is not board, like, you should not have to spend 2 days to do this,
Yeah.
then we should
Well,
set
and that
an
was,
expectation.
I swear that's what Eugene said at our training.
Yeah.
That, because
But-
you need to be present and part of the
Right,
meeting, and it's
right.
hard if you're
Yep, we
taking
need to
super
clean
detail.
that
Right.
up.
It's hard.
And
The thing is, it might still be a statutorily required position though.
It is,
Right,
I'm
but it
sure
doesn't
it
have
is a
to do
statutory required
everything.
position.
Right, but it does, but the amount of
The
detail
Yeah,
is what's
so if
weighing.
we ask like
right.
5 whys, I love to ask the 5 whys. Why do you not want to move? Because there's so much work. Why is there so much work? Because it's not happening elsewhere. Why is it not happening elsewhere? Because
Yeah.
we haven't set the expectation that it should. Okay, we got there in 4 whys. Let's set the expectation that it should. Then the secretary position on the board does not have that
Be so terrible.
black cloud.
Right, that nobody,
We
people
also
dread.
check the Robert's rules and other best practices.
True.
Of course.
Expectations. I
Yep.
mean, it's somewhere in the middle,
Yep.
so.
So, are we okay as a board to wait on the secretary position for,
I'm okay with that. At least,
Okay.
so that,
Seems
at
in line
least
with
30
our-
days.
so let's
Our bylaws.
revisit, then I'd make a motion that we revisit the secretary position at our next month's meeting. I can add that as a
Sure.
a
And Jennifer,
topic.
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for what you have
And
done. Do you
If
mind
you want to
fill-
share what you have with me, I'll do the.
I
I'll
can
record-
finish it this month.
Okay.
Yes, I'll finish this month, yeah.
So you resign?
After this
Okay.
meeting,
Just
then
ask
it's
you.
over.
Okay.
All right, do we have the capacity to finish this last
I
topic
made a
off?
motion.
Oh, I did make a motion that we push it
To
off
revisit.
one more
Second.
month.
Oh, you got it.
Second, let's vote. All those in favor? Say aye.
Okay.
6-0. Great, thanks, Jeff. So we have the review, confirm, appoint the board committees, representatives. We have a recommendation here, the administration helped pull together. So if you guys are okay, I'd like to just finish this one and maybe take a break.
Yep.
Yes.
do it.
Get downstairs, cool off a little bit for a minute. But, or whatever we gotta do, get some water. Okay, so I think the purpose is now, we have had committees. We tried to make a move where we got a little more flexibility with, we called subcommittees and committees with different rules. The committees are required to have the open posting and all the normal laws. The subcommittees, we tried to build in some more flexibility for you if you wanna do virtual meetings or what have you, without the same requirements. But then the difference was decision-making. Any decision-making has to be done at the board or board committee. And so if you are making decisions, it needs to be a committee. If you're just advising the board, then you can continue to be a task force, or we're calling subcommittees to keep it clear from the administrative task force. So with that said, we have, I don't know, do you want to go through this, Cecilia, or do you want to?
Yeah, I can maybe go
Start.
through briefly, and I wish I would have put maybe a bulleted list on the top, but we are recommending, and I know you are too, that we form 2 new committees, governance, and then special ed or special services advisory. And then administration believes that some of these don't necessarily have to be board committee. So academics committee, you could decide that that's a task force or a subcommittee. We already sort of shifted that to be co-chaired by a department chair and one of us administrators. It's right now, it's worded that it's a board member who's a board member is, I don't know exactly.
Board member on the committee, if not in the role of co-chair.
Right, so the rules for the committee on the website say a board member, it's implying a board member who's a teacher, but it doesn't say that, who needs to be on the committee if they're not the co-chair. So it'd be like, okay,
Well,
Maggie.
I'm already there.
You're already there, so you could be a chair. Well, with the changes we made in like the curriculum policy and stuff this year, it makes sense for one of the principals to co-chair it with a department chair. It'd be great if it was also the board member, because the board member, there has to be a board member on the committee if it stays a board committee.
Are we talking about the academics committee?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Because it says currently a committee of the board, and then the recommendation, this shifts being co-chaired by a principal and department chair. Does that mean it is no longer a committee of the board? Is that what you're saying?
I would suggest it shouldn't be
I would
a
agree
board
with that.
committee
That's why I'm asking
anymore,
the
because that forces you guys to get out of your lane essentially. I would suggest it's advisory to administration. And administration brings important things to you or together, but I don't think it should necessarily be a board.
Do we want to do these one at a time, or do you want to go through each of the
I
recommendations?
can go through, the rest of them are easier. Communications advisory, the recommendation, Maggie can talk about this, but the group could either completely disband or change their purpose.
Awesome notes last time, by the way.
That was
fantastic.
not me. That's
Yeah.
Teresa Ward, yeah.
Teresa's really good. This could be a task force, stay a task force or disband.
Can we comment on each one of these as you're going through?
Yeah.
Or should we go to the end?
Yeah,
I don't see why the communications advisory and the board need to have any, like, if I'm the executive director, I'm like, I'd be stay out of my business.
Yeah.
I am in charge of communications, and I'm the one that's gonna be writing the check for the website updates and making decisions around our strategy as communications, so the board should not.
And I think that's the conclusion the committee came to. So I think we're all on the same page, which is great. That says we've made a lot of improvements this year. We addressed the major communications things. So that one could go away. Elections is ad hoc, so that's fine. Finance stays a board committee. Although I suggest that you put on the list of things to clean up. The description on the website about the finance committee is not accurate. And the role of the treasurer, like, I think it needs some looking at. Personnel, we've been playing around with this a little bit. The report says this committee, if it's gonna stay the group that evaluates the executive director, it should at least move forward without teachers. It could be you guys form an ad hoc committee to evaluate the executive director, and personnel committee could become a group that focuses on helps the administration with the salary structure, helps administration with the teacher evaluation system, things like that, you know.
I would actually like to make just a comment on this personnel one, because to me that speaks a little bit to governance again and what the responsibility is of the executive director under what I would consider executive limitations, whatever it looks like. Like, you're not allowed to do this. And when it comes to personnel, you would limit the authority of the executive director's board to not do certain things, and then you leave it. And then that's the expectation, because that's a part of it. And maybe that one of the limitations is limit the possibility of reviews being done by a subordinate or something like that, you know, some of the investigation results of it. So then it becomes more about the governance versus a committee that's trying to push things forward.
It could definitely be a subcommittee of governance and focus. It depends on the scope you want, and I think that it's a little bit up in the air what scope.
So I was in charge of it this last year and felt uncomfortable because I don't think I knew what I was supposed to be doing there. So the biggest thing I latched on to was this survey, feedback, that sort of thing. That doesn't necessarily, we didn't meet. There was no, I mean, we had the board meeting because I wanted to make sure you guys are all clear on what the surveys were going to be. So I don't know that it needs to
Don't
exist
want-
anymore, but.
Right, it maybe doesn't have to exist, or it could be ad hoc, that the governance committee forms an ad hoc committee to do certain things, that
I mean, it
might.
might be related to like a policy 103 complaint, but that's separate because that's handled under policy. So then the personnel becomes managed by the executive director, and then the executive director is subject to policies of the school.
Policy doesn't handle 103 complaints.
No?
Policy just writes, or
Just writes policy.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
And updates and.
One thing
Oh,
you
no, I
don't
wasn't saying the
wanna
policy
do.
committee, I'm sorry, I was not saying the policy
It's
committee, I was saying the
just
policy
personnel.
itself
Oh,
is the
yeah,
outlook of that.
yeah. We just don't want it to stay the way it was before, where teachers are evaluating the executive
Yeah,
director. I
yeah,
just think
agreed,
that's problematic in
agreed,
in the report.
But don't we need a committee to do the evaluation of the executive
So
director?
that's-
Because we don't want it to fall everything under the chair.
No, but it could be ad hoc.
Yeah, this could just form
Yeah.
in the fall, form in the
Yeah,
spring.
and I think that makes more sense.
Yeah, because
Who's
I was
got
on the
time, who
committee
can help?
too.
Yeah, yeah.
And we only
well,
needed to
personnel
meet twice.
Yeah.
talks,
That's right.
kind of talks to staff as a whole, as opposed to this committee was more towards the director and the admin.
If I was
Okay.
to make, like, something that would help administration is to have some teachers to help think about the salary structure and help teachers think about the teacher evaluation system. And so that's something that doesn't need to be a board committee though, that can be something that we just.
And I think, again, this, if we go back to having my hot little pause here, the MSBA training that I went to about board governance and structure. The role of the school board, it actually speaks to your question right there a little bit. There's really 5 roles. Number 1 is conduct and ethics. Number 2 is vision. Number 3 is structure. Number 4 is accountability. Number 5 is advocacy and communication. And under accountability, one of the things they speak specifically to is evaluate the superintendent or the executive director's performance at least annually. So again, going back to the idea of governance and the fact that, yes, the executive director is accountable to us. Nobody else is accountable to us. Everybody else is accountable to the executive director. So then it gives us the framework to do those evaluations, to not have a personnel committee that has a board member on it, because we don't get involved with personnel. We get involved with the executive director under our governance process.
Yep. So maybe personnel becomes whatever administration needs it to be, it's not a
That's
board
right.
committee.
Yeah, okay.
And we limit the ability for an executive director to do bad things. That's the role of the board, to set that standard.
Well, I'm also wondering if the salary schedules,
Yep, so that's something administration can ask for their help with. You guys only vote on the big picture of that anyway, so.
I'm wondering if that should be part of finance, because then that drives, salary is one of our bigger expenses.
I mean, you guys can discuss it, finance committee can discuss
Or-
it, but salary schedules is a lot about personnel.
So, like salary schedules though, it would be a recommendation that the amount, the added cost of the adjustment in the salary schedule would go to finance committee.
Right,
Part of the
there's-
budget,
it's-
but it wouldn't be a discussion of whether or not we get rid of
Like, we're
steps.
talking about getting rid of steps 0 through
32.
4. That's something for.
Right, no, but
Yeah, the amount.
like it ties into the finances.
It does, but it
So-
doesn't belong, it just belongs there when it gets to be what Kate
Yeah.
just said.
Can you finish your last couple ones?
Yeah, sorry, so
Oh, no, it's good.
policy is weird, you guys, because ultimately the board is responsible for policy. So I feel like this is an area where either it can be a board committee, or it can be a subcommittee of governance, or it could just be an in-house task force. But there should be a board member on the policy committee, I think, I don't know. But it's been terrible, it's been Michelle, sometimes me, and sometimes another teacher. I mean, administration's gonna focus on building up the policy committee, regardless of what you guys do with it, and make it a training ground for future board members, because I think that board members need to embrace policy more.
Can we vote Michelle back in again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have got her before she
No, I
left.
mean, I think we should combine it with governance.
It feels
I feel like it's a subcommittee of governance or something.
Yeah, I mean, we're so small, I wouldn't make it a subcommittee. I mean, it's
Well-
just another task within. I mean,
For governance to take care of.
Massive task.
Well,
It's
just don't have enough people to
massive.
do too many
We just need to
layers.
get a bunch of teachers involved.
Right. I just didn't want to have too many layers of a subcommittee.
No.
The way
I do agree that it should be part of governance. I just think we have to be really cognizant of what that means.
And I don't want to weigh governance down with its major tasks. Right now, this can come later. Like, we just need to get a bunch of teachers committed to being on a policy committee and then
Yeah.
tie them
But
together.
what I think we need to agree tonight is kind of what are the big, kind of committees that we want to leave with tonight? And I think whoever's doing that needs to come back and say, the website's out of date, we need to update here, or we don't even have a website yet, so we need to, and then come back and say, I need 5 people, I need 10 people, I need whatever, because we've got these things. So I think we can't solve all that tonight.
No, but you need governance, you need finance, and then,
School expansion.
expansion. And then, if you don't have, I think special advisor really should be formed, but it doesn't have to be a board committee. But it's important to give them time on the agenda. But that's all I think you need, is governance, expansion, and finance. The rest of this, I think, can be subcommittees or task force or whatever.
Do we need to approve members? 'Cause I know like.
So it would be nice, well, it would be nice to put somebody in charge if we could tonight of those, so.
I think by default, I'm on finance. Like, that's just, the treasurer is the finance.
And currently, right now, by default, well, like, but if it's not an academics committee, then that's an administration thing. I happen to be on the board currently, so, but I don't have to be a co-chair.
Right.
I can now, but like if there's another teacher who wanted to do it, as long as I'm
That's
showing
fine.
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that'd be good.
And that's
because
fine how the writing
then
is.
Yep.
You wouldn't be a board member representing it.
Right.
Right, because it's not a board committee anymore, if you
Right.
guys decide.
I would just also say, as the board, if it's not decided tonight, because we're hot and getting tired, we also have next month and the future month. We can
Yeah.
make committees as
Add
needed
committees.
anytime. So, but if we can walk away with finance, governance, what was the third one, the expansion?
School expansion. What about, annual fund? That was a committee.
So, it is a committee, it doesn't have to be a board committee, right?
Okay.
They can stay committees at the school that the administration works with groups of teachers.
What did you say about special education?
I think
Thought it
it's
was,
important to form it, it doesn't have to be a board committee. You may want to, I have mixed feelings about it, you may want to make it a board committee because it's so important in the report.
Yeah.
Right.
But also, it's in the weeds, some of it, so I have mixed feelings about that one.
Is making it a board committee, does that obligate a board person to chair that committee then?
Not chair, but be on it. I mean, well, you could decide, I guess. I don't think a board member should
I
chair.
feel
But
like
if,
You don't have
that
if
to-
committee
it's not
should
a board committee, what would it look like?
Just be like,
Like, are you saying that this should show up every month on our
no, well, I don't know.
on our agenda as something
They
we
might not
hear
meet.
about?
They might not meet. I don't know.
I
A
think
monthly
it's
report?
important, but are we
As often as
experts
they
on
meet.
that?
Yeah, you guys are not,
No.
you'll learn, but I don't think, it
Right.
doesn't necessarily have to be a board committee, and they might not meet every month, but I think that some recommendations
Yes.
need to be heard.
Yes.
So as long as
Yeah.
you're committed to that.
If it's not a board committee, I think it needs some venue to,
To
Yes.
get
Report to
parents
us.
involved too, yeah.
I think some school districts make like a once annual, but I think it should be more often than a once annual. should
Is
be
it
at
kind of like a
least
world's
twice
best
annual.
workforce, but focused on?
Is it fair to say administration, sorry, is responsible for
Yeah.
our special
Yeah,
education and
I think
special
so.
education
Yeah.
advisory?
So not
Yeah.
a committee.
And so we're asking
So
you guys
administration
to,
can bring it forward through the
Yes.
strategic plan.
I don't feel like,
Administration could co-present with the chair.
so I really like the idea of giving it a higher, visibility. So how do we do that? I don't know that that means it becomes a board committee
Right.
necessarily.
Your success for all students.
Yeah.
also,
Right.
if it's a board committee, then minutes have to be taken, and I
Yeah,
feel like that
we're
type of
hamstringing a
meeting,
little bit, so.
personal data could
Yeah,
slip
that's
out,
true.
and then we're
I
running
mean,
into.
people will be careful and people will take good notes, but I think.
Jeff, you have
that-
something?
Oh, no, I was just
agree.
wondering, even though maybe we don't make it board committee, we just want to have the open meeting law. I think it is important though to have a board member on the
I would
committee.
agree with that.
That would be really, really
Right,
good.
without calling it a.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Just giving you what we need to do it.
So how about I make the motion, we'll just start with finance, that Cody keep the finance committee and chair the finance committee for us.
I don't know if we need a motion for that, that's automatic for the bylaws of the academics.
Because the treasurer automatically is.
Is it
that
finance?
person.
That's, when I was
Okay.
voted in, that's kind of implied.
So then let's leave finance. I would like to make the motion that we form a governance committee. I would like for Eric to lead the governance committee and come back with a plan on what we're gonna do to improve our governance.
Is this gonna have some sort of a mission statement? Because I don't
We
really
need
know.
that. Eric will.
You're gonna work on that?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
So second.
I will second.
Who, I heard 2 seconds. Who
Oh.
wants a second more?
You want to third it then?
Maggie heard it louder. Maggie second. Can I get a, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Eric abstained. All the rest voted for. Thank you. That's a big one. We need the help, Eric, so.
And then expansion is now a task force, and maybe you want to elevate it to a board committee.
I feel like we're getting to the expansion zone at
Yeah,
that
that's
point.
fair.
Yeah,
Okay. Who wants to lead expand? Eric?
Jeff's not on the committee yet.
Nothing changes though,
Hey, it's-
really, right?
he's on the task force right now.
Oh, he's on the task
I'm on the
force.
I will agree to chair that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So,
For this one.
Until he resigns next month.
But administration's doing most of the work,
Yeah.
you know, so, and, I mean, Kate can even take over with setting the meetings, you know.
I can second that. So, further discussion? All those in favor?
Who was the first motion?
Jeff
Jeff.
motioned,
I
yeah?
didn't motion.
He just said he would do it.
Oh,
Jeff's, or yeah, he said he'd do it.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
okay, Eric motioned and I seconded. All those in favor? We have five. Do you want to abstain or vote?
I'll vote.
Vote, okay, 6-0. So that's 3 board committees, no task force, correct?
Right, the rest of these are just administrative, governance committees.
Well, that'll clean it up moving
Yep,
forward.
that'll be
So,
nice.
good,
Yay.
good,
That's
all right. I would like to motion now we take a 5-10 minute break.
I second that.
10-minute break?
Okay, 10-minute
10-minute
break.
break.
So it's 8:08, 8:18, we reconvene. So Amanda, can you
All in favor, say
silence?
aye.
Oh, we should say aye.
Aye.
Yes, please.
Opposed, abstain? Okay, we'll take a quick 10-minute break.
Chairs are outside.
Go outside to cool off. All right, we're gonna call it back to order. You ready? Okay, so thanks, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 8:21, Jennifer. So we do have estimated 2 more hours, so I'm gonna try to pick up the pace because I don't think any of us want to be here till 10:30.
We've talked about some of the issues.
We have. So I'm going to take a stab at the diversity, equity, inclusion is a new standing table item or new standing agenda item for us to go through. So I'm not going to say that we want to do it quickly, but the dashboard update was shared already by Cecilia. The only thing in this one I would like, the bold items are related to, the bold items if you bring up her strategic plan. I don't know, do you want to bring that up, Cecilia?
Oh.
If you go up to your strategic priorities.
What,
It was 1I, 1CI, all the way up to 1. There you go. What I wanted to share here is so far we have a lot of our diversity, equity, inclusion goals are bolded in your plan because they're related to some of the findings in our investigation. In the future, I think it would be nice to, I don't want to create extra dashboards, but we don't have the DEI as one of the strategic priorities listed out. We call success for all students and we have mission and vision and everything, but we could think of.
They're embedded in all 3.
They are, and so is there a better way, and that was for us to discuss, a better way for us to go through the DEI to make sure that we're making progress against these goals?
Yeah, we can think about that for sure.
Any suggestions, I guess?
I think just having it a board item an agenda item would be, because some months may not format a dashboard well, or.
Yeah, I think as long as the executive director keeps as part of his report, and you guys talk about when you're making the agenda, progress on goals that are related to the investigation, basically, equity updates, DEI updates, whatever they are. I think that's just part of.
Okay, so then what we could do is we could maybe hold something like this as a specific placeholder to talk through if we have any issues or what have you, but otherwise, I kind of like that idea of if things are working well, example, we're going through the strategic plan and we're making progress, we don't need to talk about it. If we have an area of opportunity, then this is the spot where we would talk, how do we fix that? Okay. Then board governance committee, check, right? We have that as the last one. Discuss training opportunity was done. So this was the idea of bringing in Paula, and we're going to get a proposal on cost, timing, and these sorts, bring it back to the board. Review response to authorizer regarding investigation. So this one is one we should take a pause. So the authorizer asked us, given the findings of the investigation, so she had a chance to read through the investigation report as our authorizer, and also being one of the ones that asked for the investigation, and asked us what our plan was. So we have linked in here the plan of action. So the top part of the plan of action came from one of our closed sessions where we went through as a board, here's the things that we need to do. That was before we started addressing publicly the investigation was done and to us. And then Cecilia went through and actually put in a lot more details behind what are we doing specifically when we ask the administration to do this, administration do that. So I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts. The plan for this one was, the report was due to our authorizer on the 16th, so Cecilia got that in on time, but she did label it as a draft pending this board meeting tonight. So now's your chance to, if you have any concerns or if we missed anything, please provide some feedback to us.
That letter, all of this entire thing was sent?
Just to Liz.
Even this page that says status at the top, it wasn't just a letter with the stuff.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
She wanted the whole plan, and she called me tonight to say some things that need improving. For example, something in here is about allegations against teachers. She said they're not allegations, they're findings. So our authorizer is still taking this absolutely as seriously as she ever did. And she wants this tightened up. She wants more explanation of the special ed training that's gonna happen. So that's the feedback I got from her. And she has a question, you know, for the board. She wants you to help her understand why you didn't take the recommendations of the administration on the 2 terminations. So
Did she send a letter or something?
that's what she shared with me on the phone.
So I guess the question I have about this is the meeting that we had with Chris, he was gonna send us a letter and we were gonna read it as a board and then come up with a response. And
The
I
letter
never-
about the report, you mean?
no, well, Chris was gonna say, before you respond to the authorizer, I'm gonna send you a letter.
I think he had mentioned
Do you
sending a
remember that,
letter
anybody?
about,
And
the report.
And we said, that's why we put it off and we didn't discuss it at the last meeting, the closed meeting, because we were waiting for Chris's letter.
All I
Well, we never
remember him
got the
saying
letter.
is a letter about how to think about the report, and actually Laura
And
has
how to
sent us a
respond.
note today. But I don't think it was about how to respond to the authorizer.
But
We're not
remember,
looking for our
at the
lawyer.
closed meeting, it was listed as something we were gonna discuss as a board, but we took it off the agenda because we were waiting for Chris to send us
The
a letter.
authorizer's response?
No,
Some
he
sort of-
said, take this off the agenda to discuss the format of how we share the results of the investigation with
Okay,
the public.
okay.
That's what he's talking about.
Okay.
So Laura has sent a letter today that Dan can,
I'll forward it to you, I just
Okay.
got it just now, but,
so it wasn't about responding to the authorizer, it was about
Okay.
how we share the findings of the investigation with the public.
So I feel a little bit out of the loop. I mean, I know we discussed something at closed meeting like 2 months ago, but I just want to make a note of that. I feel a little out of the loop as far as responses, coming up with a plan. I mean, I feel like Cecilia's doing it, but I have nobody's asking me for my input.
so I'm asking you tonight for your
Okay.
input. Yep, so that's why it's on the agenda. So I think, I get it that you're.
change this, or?
So no, we put a draft to the authorizer because that was due on the 16th.
Right.
But we did put it in here and asked the authorizer for a little bit of time because we didn't call for a third meeting in June.
Right.
To discuss this
Okay.
topic, so
And
we
I
can
took
do that. We can call for
So I
meetings
need
every
more
week.
time, I need more time than Friday through now to come up with a response.
I don't know
I
if
mean-
there's a response needed.
Well, he just said he wants a response from us right now,
Well,
right?
I like the idea of the board being able to provide additional input. If you think about it, so I'm not trying to defend it, but every day, almost daily, Cecilia and I are talking about different issues, and I'm constantly making a judgment call on when do we call a special meeting and when do we not.
Right.
And when can I send out an email and say, here's an update, or here we need to discuss. And in this case, we had a special meeting. We talked through all of
Right.
this.
Okay,
And
I'm just
went into
saying,
detail on these
in defense of some of the board members here, we are totally out of the loop. I mean, I know you guys are
I don't
having
feel like
meetings,
I don't.
but
I don't
I'm
feel like
not
I-
getting any regular updates about responses or, and I think I emailed you about that. Are we gonna have a meeting or?
When we finished the last meeting, and I thought we were actually gonna have a meeting, closed meeting, just to make sure all our questions were answered and got a better sense of what was happening. And not necessarily specific to this, although some of the things here might be discussed. But, I agree with Jennifer. I feel like I'm totally out of it.
It's just frustrating.
So there's
I mean, we're
no-
trying to do the best we can for the school, but
There's no more ability to have a closed meeting with attorney-client privilege because this report is now redacted and that's on our list to talk about in a little bit. So there isn't any mechanism for having a closed meeting. Discussions need to be
Yeah.
now in public like this.
Right.
So I took Dan's, the things you guys had agreed on in your closed sessions, these A through F, and I just detailed them out below in the status here for a plan.
So do we have a redacted copy of that?
So let's finish this topic if we could.
No, we can talk about it in a minute.
Because I just emailed, yeah, if we finish this plan, so tonight was your chance, sorry, we have hundreds of pages, but we do that every month, so.
Can I ask one question
Sure.
real quick? So, item F, how will the board measure these things? I feel like we should have a, here's how the board will measure these things.
And
In
that,
response to,
you're right, and the bolded DEI things, I don't know if that's enough, but that's kind of where, in my head, I was saying, we have called out dozens of things.
I would have something in here that says the board will have adequate measurements in place by X. Or the board will hold the executive director to adequate measurements by X.
So we don't have the by, but on the last page, how will the board measure these things? You know, we have it in 3 ways, with the dashboard being created, reporting to the board regularly, establish some kind of indicators, so that we don't have the indicators yet, but we have the bold.
I guess if I was her, I'd want a date that I'm gonna have something. Whether that
Sure.
something happens to be just a definition, or that something happens to be, here's the 4 things that we've decided are going to be our measurements of DEI. Something. 'Cause if I were her, I'd be like, we'll measure in these 3 ways: a dashboard, a report, some indicators. That's super nebulous. And I know we don't have the detail yet, but having something that says by this date, we will have defined these things. We'll establish these indicators by X. So I feel like we need to have a little bit of accountability here
Yeah.
to put that stake in the sand and
That's
say,
fair.
we as a board aren't gonna just throw it out there. It's gonna happen by a date.
So what do we think is fair for a date?
What does she think is fair?
I mean, what I'm hearing is, and I also need to give her a call, I haven't talked to her for a little while, but,
I think here's the challenge is also, I mean, this is summertime and we're all community members and parents and teachers and like I want to be careful that we don't just load up our own personal schedule with all the stuff we have to do. So it needs to be reasonable, but it also has to be something that we can say we're committed to this.
I mean, we could pick a few of the key items in the strategic plan that are already bold and take the timeline that's on there and just summarize for her, these are gonna be our indicators, this is the timeline for how they'll be updated or
I think so.
benchmarks, I guess, you know, something like
We
that.
will have made material progress on these things by X or something like that.
Yeah, which is already laid out in timeline fashion, we can recommend to you which ones could be the indicators of progress, you know.
so we'll beef up that section F a little bit?
I think so.
Yep. Other comments?
I guess the only other thing that I would say is reading through like the first 2, I did read this a bit earlier today, but direct the administration to take action, direct the administration to discuss the allegations.
So she wants that changed to findings.
Say it again?
She wants that
The
changed to
findings,
findings.
yeah, discuss the findings with each employee, take whatever action with the board. The second one, well, the report back and report to the board are kind of the same thing, but it's not a by X date again. So I think the challenge is gonna be the progress. We have to have some way to put some stakes in the ground so that we can, well, both monitor what's going on. As the executive director, it's gonna be that responsibility to ensure this happens, and the board's responsibility is to ensure that the executive director is getting done what they say they're gonna be getting done by the time that they're saying they're gonna be getting it done. I had another thought that I just left me, sorry.
I meant for B is done, right?
B is done to some degree. We had recommended 2 terminations, we got 1, so then now we have other actions that will be ongoing. So I think there could be a general report, but this is where you have to be careful because it's personnel data, you
Sure.
know? But on progress, teacher ABC have teacher growth plans, they are meeting or not meeting their,
Yeah.
what's required in the plan.
I just, to me, if I were, I don't want to speak on behalf of our authorizer, but if I were looking at these, I'd say like address issues of potential discrimination. Right, what does that mean? Like,
Well,
So
we
I
talked about
think
that
that's
huge.
soft and
Yep,
squishy.
Yep, agreed. Other, is that, I guess overall, we need to take it serious. I'm hearing, you know, the authorizer is still asking us to very much so take this serious and get that sense of urgency. She's looking to us, are we serious? I guess if she looked to our board meeting last time, she would have reason to question it because we voted against the
well,
administration's.
we have to be really careful about sense of urgency because urgency in and of itself is really dangerous. We want to do it right. And we want to be very transparent in how we're doing it. And doing it right means committed. Our say-do ratio needs to be 100%.
I did put points of concern under each item. These are sort of a watch list for you guys as much as they are for Liz. These are things I worry about that could cause you to not succeed on addressing these.
Where did you put these?
At the bottom of each item. So let's go on page 7, your example, address issues of potential discrimination.
Yeah.
At the bottom of that section before the next big item, I put a point of concern. So every section has a point of concern or more, that these are things to watch for, that these could cause risk of not succeeding.
But that, to me, that is no offense, but that feels like really small, like it, there's a lot for new executive director, tough. So how do we figure out other ways to make sure that this is
Right,
done?
it's just something to get you thinking and talking, like how.
I just don't want it to be perceived as an excuse.
Yeah, no, I didn't intend it that way, I just wanted to put it on your radar.
Well, but if this is going to the authorizer, then it's not just on our radar, but it's on her radar as well, and it's, if I were her, I don't care about that point of concern.
Yep.
Figure it out.
Can we do these lights? Or is it a one? What's that?
Tough to read the
It's
paper.
getting kind of dark, yeah.
At least some of them, please. Although it's almost the solstice.
Is
Ooh,
it
oh, it's
all
all-
at the
all-
window?
One's
Is it really? Oh, geez.
Are you guys following along on this smart board or on your own?
This letter is in the.
Mary, do you need the screen?
No, I have the printed copy.
All right,
then let's turn the
then lights back on, please. All right, so to keep us moving and not,
Yeah.
at any time, comments can come back, I guess, but right now we're looking for, so what I'm hearing is the board would like to put some more specific dates. Anything else? And then we need to work together on the dashboard to tighten that up a little bit, I think, so pulling out the bullet items and adding them in here.
So is this, since this is a draft, when are we doing the final copy?
For tonight.
The idea was to get feedback from you guys tonight. I was hoping to get the packet out to you
I
soon,
did,
but there was
okay,
just so
I did
much.
not know that we had to do that tonight.
So
With just
what, I
2
mean,
days to look at it.
what we will have to say then is that the board has read it, and here's the feedback we have so far. I mean, we can't just wait for everyone to have time to read. It's hundreds of documents
I
or pages, so
know.
I get it.
If
But,
we could have forwarded it to every, made it like a sharing, like a working document, maybe we could have
Anything we share with the
added.
whole board is public document though, so you
Yeah.
have to think
I
about
di-
that. It wasn't, I didn't have it ready sooner. There was a lot this month, guys, to get together.
I guess, so my main comment, I guess, of the document, I think it's great. I think you put a lot of work into it. I wished it would have had more like opportunity language or more positive language. It feels really, like, really bad like we're really bad, but we're taking it seriously. We think of, the report, that's one time, now we're moving forward, and I feel like we're moving this way. I wish that could be in the report somehow, more of opportunities, I don't know how to word it.
I totally hear what you're saying. One thing that could work is, she will be looking for updates, so you
Yeah.
could build what she'll want to see is actual improvements and change. Here's what we've done. But you're right, like some of the things we've already done, but she pretty much knows.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic's just as much for her too, this diversity, equity, and inclusion discussion every month.
Well, yeah, the authorizer wants to know that we're making progress, or
So
she'll
making
put us on
sure it's
probation.
in a very specific part of the agenda, she can know what to tune into or.
She turns into the whole thing.
And see what
Hi,
the
Liz.
process is, yeah.
So, more work to be done, and I think, Eric, your comment, what was it, do-say ratio, right?
Say-do ratio.
Say-do ratio, so I think that's all that's really gonna matter, we can talk all we want tonight, but we need to show that we're serious, and I feel like the time that you put into the document beyond the direction that we gave from the closed meeting shows that we're serious, and a lot of action steps there. Can we beef that up? I think we can still do more, so let's do that. And I guess what I would do is, together with Steve and the administration team, as we go forward in the coming months, we need to figure out how do we get it such to a point where people are feeling like progress is being made? What are those wins that we can demonstrate we're doing? So we are making progress, Jennifer. I think to your point, we read and understand where we need to go, and now we need to get there, right? So, okay, can I move us to the next one?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the next one's also could be an interesting one, but it's labeled "Continue sharing the outcome of investigation with public," and that was intentional because we have some options in front of us. We have the report. We have had a couple of freedom of information requests for folks that were either. You want to take a look at it? So this was being passed around here as an example of a redacted report.
For one person who asked for it.
For one person. It's so the weird thing, it gets a little bit complicated because each person who asked for a redacted report, their name can stay, but everyone else's names gets taken out.
That's the law. That request.
So here's what's for us to decide. We want to balance transparency, right? So here's an example. We want to balance, we want to share information. I don't want to give the perception that we're hiding information, but at the same time, if we were to prepare a redacted report that works for anyone who asks for information, it's going to be a lot of blacked out sections.
What is the legal requirement of the freedom of information request?
If they make a request,
they can make a request, but
we
then
have to
we
provide
obviously
it.
have some rights in what we can share.
Yeah, so we have had FOIA requests already for this. Because it's an 87-page report with a lot of names and titles, it's taken until now to produce any redacted. And so this one that I'm sharing is one that's been redacted for a person who you can still see that person's name. So I can share it with that person. Any other person's name or title has to be blacked out. So then there's a generic one that is now prepared, and that one would have to be shared with any member of the public that requests it, because it's now took this long to do it. The idea, though, is how do you want to be transparent with the public about this, and is that the best way to share a redacted report, just like put it on the website or something? I think our lawyer was recommending consider creating, which I have almost done really, a summary of key findings and recommendations. They could be shared, it's shorter and it would be more concise and less.
So I just emailed you because I just got it. The lawyer has sent some of her recommendations for this more shorter summary to be more transparent and more easier to consume for the public.
And kind of why. This is the discussion Laura had wanted us to have at that last meeting, and Laura and Christian were not on the same page. That sometimes happens. That's why we didn't have it that time. But Laura's letter is essentially the Christian letter that Jen was referring to.
So it sounds like there's kind of two different parts. There's the freedom of information request, which is an actual legal request that obligates us to follow the terms of whatever that legal requirement is. And if a person is named in the report, their name has to stay, everybody else goes away. If they're not named in the report, then it's a generic.
Right, so we can give those to people who ask for them. But in terms of transparency with the whole community,
I'm saying
what's
that's the
best
first
thing?
part, so we have a kind of a generic, fully redacted for those that might request under the Freedom of Information Act, but then there might be customs that have to get created depending upon who might make additional Freedom of Information
Yeah,
requests.
there shouldn't be too many more at this point because we've got pretty much everybody covered.
Okay, but then the second part is you're putting together a summary of findings that would be posted.
I would, if you guys decided that that's the way you wanted to go. I recommend it and Laura's recommending it.
I like it from the transparency, right? This is as much information as we think makes sense. You guys get the gist as maybe not a legal term, but here's the things that we were asked to work on and the report found for us. And I think that'll help most people.
Would it make sense, would it make sense to have a third party generate that summary so that it is not somebody here generating that summary?
I mean, I
Just
think
to-
that the
just
lawyers
to-
would probably wanna
Vet
either
it,
do it
yeah.
or vet it, so.
It might be beneficial to make sure that it's not, like, it's an independent summary of the independent investigation.
What I like about also is maybe not everyone's either comfortable or wants to challenge the school with this freedom of information. Some people would, and if you're listed in there, maybe you want to see what's listed about you. But we're trying to be proactively sharing out as much information as we can without going through the data privacy. So I'm an advocate, supportive, same as the lawyer. Let's put out as much information as we can legally.
If we have a report or a summary that can be generated with no redactions necessary, that seems pretty.
Just have it done by somebody outside the school.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible.
What if we just send out the redacted with everybody's name redacted? Why can't we just do that?
So
Because it's long and it's not very accessible and it
Yeah.
sets the school up for some liability.
But does it give the appearance we're hiding something if we do a summary?
So, but
That's what you.
Just for us to
I worry
discuss,
about,
but
like,
I-
well, I wanna see the whole thing.
but I feel like anybody can.
They can.
Anybody can
Yeah,
request.
okay.
Yeah.
Can we let people know that?
It will,
Because they might
it
not know.
costs
they
time
can
and
do
money
that.
for us to do, and we can and will do that as needed because we're
Yeah.
required to by law.
And
Right.
this
But-
board meeting is recorded, so they don't know.
Okay, so now they know.
Yeah. But I mean,
Okay.
There'll
we
be the
have,
generic redacted one, which is done and Laura still needed to review it. That's why I have this one for you tonight instead, because she wasn't done reviewing.
it's more than just the names. You could do that with the find replace. It's anything,
Titles and
titles, any,
sentences,
yeah,
they-
sentences. So
Because if there's enough information where you could feasibly
Because
guess
we're
what
so
they're
small.
talking about.
I like the idea of a summary and just doing it with an independent body so that we don't have to worry about.
So can I make a motion that we have a summary prepared that we can share with the public?
Second motion.
Second, any further discussion?
Do we need to decide who is doing that or who will make the decision who is doing that, that independent
I
summary?
How
think
about-
we should just ask Laura to do it. I
Have it
mean,
done by the attorneys?
yeah.
And do you want to, within the same motion that the board review it before we put it out? Okay.
Yeah.
So the soonest it can go out then is either a special meeting or July? I'm okay with that. Would you still second that one?
I would still second that.
Who would review? Laura would review? She
So
would write
Laura will
and
write it
review?
and we will
we
review
will
it
review
and
Review
approve
it
it
at the next, at a board meeting.
at a future board meeting.
At a board.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So, good, we'll get some more information out. Public, if you were able to follow that, so hopefully by next month, we'll have a summary of the findings that we can share. So we had.
Quick question
Yeah.
on that. I mean, if the board reviews the draft, I mean, that's public information. So, reviewing the draft, if we decide to make changes, everyone's gonna see everything, right?
Would the new document come with the attorney-client privilege?
I don't know, that's what.
We would have hired her to do it.
But that's not.
Email it to you,
Mm.
it stays in attorney-client privilege, right?
I don't know,
It's a
I'm
good question,
asking,
though.
that's
I
what I'm
think-
wondering.
Find that out.
Because it's gonna be in the board
We
notes.
should probably find that out,
You might not be able to review it.
Yeah,
That's a good
you
question.
might not be able to review it, but
That's a really good question.
I think we can,
I
let's
think you
make sure
can
we
too.
do it right.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know that we will change much.
I'm not
So
sure
it's,
we would either.
yeah, okay. All right, last one on the DEI is bylaw discussion. We started this one already, so just to reiterate for the folks that maybe didn't hear some of our discussion earlier, so we are down to 6 members out of 9. The bylaws would have asked us to fill those spots as soon as possible on those remaining 3. The only reason we're kind of hesitating a little bit is some of the recommendations, which you will eventually see, hopefully by next month, is that the board constituency is being questioned in terms of how do we set the board up for the best success moving forward. One of the recommendations is we may not need as many, or we may not need as many teacher members. There's also a requirement in the bylaw that the teacher or parent be set up. I believe before it was not in there, Jeff, because Ken Thielman was not a teacher or a.
We added
Who's a community member?
that was
The community.
added.
So the point is, we changed that, we can change it back. We can change it back, and I don't have any reason why we can't have a community member as chair. Whoever wants to do chair and is good at chair, should do chair.
I think currently it's, one has, between the chair and vice chair, one is a teacher, the other one is.
And I'm just saying, maybe we can question that. We can question that moving forward so that we have more options within our board of who we can vote for. So that's the question. We don't need to decide everything tonight, but I think the policy of the bylaw needs to have 2 special readings, if you will, and then we have to get the teacher's approval to change it. So the soonest would be September, October.
This sounds like part of the governance committee stuff, so they have to get going.
I think Eric should do it.
And then
Eric's just doing everything.
make recommendations, and then we have the
you
multiple
guys have to be on
readings.
board though.
So yeah, gonna take a while.
Jokes aside, I do agree that bylaws should fall under governance.
That's why I'm not.
I wasn't making a joke, I'm serious, it's governance, it's what that committee needs to.
Honestly, it's a really important part of the success of the school going forward, so we need to
Could-
make sure that governance is really well established.
So you're managing the governance now, well established, but could the bylaw opportunities come back to next month or the future month? Probably August, the latest, maybe? Saying, here's some things that we would like to.
Revisions to bylaws?
Yes, something that we would like to discuss,
So,
and
I think I think it starts with that. I mean, we need to make sure that our bylaws are in place, because then we can attract and retain board members that are within what we need for the future. I mean, it's the house framing.
So we did, Cecilia, we did get some legal requirements, we just want to share with Eric, like the single teacher requirement. There's a few
Well, there are
statutory
a few-
requirements that we should be baked in there, but the rest of it is up to us to decide.
Send it over.
And one of the comments is, how do we make sure we all have our board hats on and we don't fall back into a parent or a teacher or whatever role? So how do we do that? Okay, so I'm okay if that's sufficient discussion. Are you guys, any further discussion on that one? Okay, then let's move to 15 if we're able to keep plugging along.
You had authorizer recommendations on here, was that?
So the authorizer was, one of the things that I saw in there was the concern about the teachers. One of the comments came up from the findings is basically that some of the teacher members were unable to do the board role. We put them in a tough spot where they're trying to represent other teachers. And so that was what I kind of was alluding to here is, okay, we have 4 teacher members and they're all, sometimes it's hard to pull out. So do we need 4 teacher members, or do we train the teacher members? So I'm not picking on teacher members, we all have our different roles, but you can see it tonight when you're talking about calendars.
Yep.
You instantly go back to, oh, hang on, I'd rather do this, but that's not the question. The question is, what do the school need? The school needs the same number of days, and we need personal development.
Yep.
So the right answer is green and then X. And we struggled to do that again tonight. So I'm not picking on you, but I'm just saying, we need to do better. We need to do better. So we're delaying it one more month. I think in the end we'll get it, but.
Okay.
Okay, 15, good, everyone?
Yep.
All right, so we have set the meeting dates for next year's board, so hopefully this is not too contentious.
No, it shouldn't be, it's just, if you click on the link, these are the third Monday, except for those January and February dates where we almost always get a Monday holiday on our third Monday, so you guys have to decide.
Well, and don't, I'm just trying to remember, June 19th is Juneteenth. I'm pretty sure that's a day on the, we approved that as a day for the executive
Federal.
director
Okay.
for a federal holiday, and that's on here, so we need to move the June meeting.
Or, here's something.
Okay.
And I should have told you this earlier, Dan. Because we have summer school, this is a big deal. So picking Juneteenth, which is a really important holiday, I believe it's a holiday our school should have, but it wasn't so simple just to add it because that's another paid holiday on top of our other paid holidays for all the summer school staff, right in the middle of summer school. So I think the board needs to have a discussion about the number of paid holidays. And if we want to add Juneteenth, do we want to add it as a floating holiday? I don't want it to necessarily impact summer school. And I don't necessarily think that there should be another paid holiday. Maybe there's another one you want to take away or something like that. So I did tentatively talk to Mr. Vetch about, it doesn't seem right for him to have it as a holiday and nobody else have it as a holiday. He said if you wanted to delay thinking about Juneteenth as a holiday for the whole school, he would potentially set it aside or take it for a floating holiday or something, or a PTO day. Although I did look, his contract has 30 already, so that's pretty substantial.
But what about for tonight? Just a suggestion is we move it to June 20th, and then we take the discussion of the
Sure.
Juneteenth holiday, because that's an important one.
Right, yep.
But I feel like that's not, wasn't what we were necessarily going through
I think
tonight.
that would be a great idea, because then it buys you time, and you've
To do it
moved
right.
it, symbolically, you wouldn't want to have a board meeting
No.
on Juneteenth.
No.
I think even if it wasn't on, you know?
So I would be okay to approve this with the change to June 20th, the Tuesday.
So I just want to confirm, in January and February, I think this year we moved those meetings to the Tuesday. Now we're moving them to the next
Yeah,
Monday,
you
so
guys
they're
could
all on.
decide on that too.
What's
I'm
better for
fine
you
moving
guys?
them on to Mondays, it's easier for me to schedule.
Mondays are?
Yeah, Mondays are better for me. But it's,
I mean, I built my schedule around having Mondays off so I can be here, so it's
Let's
easier for me.
let's keep it Mondays then, and then on the June 20th, we'll just, do you want to do June 20th, or do you want to do the following Monday?
I can make it work for that one time.
So every
My
time-
concern
Every
about-
time we move it a week, then it shortens the next
The
turnaround.
3-week
for that.
turnaround,
And then
yeah.
we find out that we don't have enough time to prepare for the
That's
August
true,
meeting.
yeah.
Or
Well,
July in this
the
case.
The June one is our end of year one, and I think pushing it back a week then removes any time we have to get the last stuff done before the end of the year if we need to, so I think.
Let's keep it June 20th then. So I'm okay with the Mondays. Mondays works better for me too, because I have more of the week if I need to travel somewhere.
Admin team,
Well, the only concern I had about pushing it back to another week is we're screaming right up on the 4th of July holiday, which is a time when there's not a lot of people working and a lot of people on
But the
vacation.
20th?
But the
Yeah,
20th
June
is
20th
Start to
is.
really
Yep.
condense
Yeah,
that time.
June 20th.
June 20th.
Is that a
Second, are you
motion?
seconding it? I motioned
there a
already.
motion originally?
I motioned.
Oh, I'm seconding then.
Okay,
Um,
further discussion?
yeah, so well, and again, it'll depend, but the 23rd is a work day,
23rd of what?
January.
Yep. Which we had this year too.
Yep.
That happened to us
I know,
this year. So
I'm the only one, I'm fine with it. But again, too, it's that board hat thing, right? So, yeah, but just,
I mean, administration was also considering having the work days be back in person, so then it wouldn't matter. I don't,
Further discussion? So I like this because we can schedule out the year. We also need to maintain some flexibility. Things happen sometimes. I know if we can't get quorum, we need to readjust. But if we can stick to the schedule, then we can plan our personal lives or work lives or whatever.
personal lives, like,
Well,
the finance committee's always the Monday before the board meeting,
Yeah,
or the
so,
second board.
so it makes sense. So all those in favor with the change to June 20th? Opposed? Abstain? Great. So we have some dates for next year. Thank you. And then how do we update the website? You see that I do it?
I can ask Caitlin to do that tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Poor thing, she's now teaching summer school, so she's doesn't have much time for website work, but.
So B, I want to keep us moving if we can. So meeting format and communication. I'm recommending that we make no change to our meeting formats or how we communicate. Does anyone see the need to change? So I'm just going to make a motion that we make it.
I'd like dinner to be delivered.
10 degrees cooler? Or ice cream, how about ice cream?
Yeah, air conditioning and or heating.
One quick comment on
Yeah.
that. In terms of timing, you might only need a day, but when you designate, was it noon on Wednesday?
Okay,
Sometimes your comments don't show up until the morning of Wednesday or
Okay.
the evening of Tuesday. So that might actually affect what I see and questions I may have.
sure.
Do you want Dan to
So-
be earlier?
I don't know. I mean, is it just like a day earlier, 2 days earlier, so
Yeah.
we actually see it after
I
you
think
make the
that's
first
fair,
cut?
yep. Because I throw a draft, this is just the process I have used. I throw a draft out there, which is like 70% maybe, if I'm lucky 80, probably 70. And then I give you a couple weeks to comment. And then it's true, that Tuesday or Wednesday, I kind of go back in and see what all your comments are, and then like, okay, I missed that one, or we can't do that one for whatever reason. And I
Well,
do
the
that.
first 70 are easy for you and for us, right? So
Yeah.
they're not gonna be controversial.
Yeah.
It's the last 30.
Yeah.
And
that
those happen
Yeah.
for sure.
Things gotta come
Yeah.
up. I mean,
Yeah,
just,
yeah, yeah.
the
Yep,
media
for sure
issues
they do.
come up, and then
Yeah.
Because
we have
we
no
meet
time to
till
waste.
late.
Usually we're
Yeah.
meeting, and we're like, oh, we didn't get this one in there,
Right,
and you're right,
right.
yeah, so
But then we don't.
you
get
can't comment on it, that's right.
So,
How do we do that? So let's,
I don't want.
I mean, every month I'm totally open to how do we get better at our agendas and communication and everything. So we try to make a cut a couple days earlier. But I think in general the format is. I mean, if you think about it, we've come a long ways from printing hundreds of pages of documents in just a short time. So I think
Yes.
we've made a lot of progress. I'd like to keep kind of chugging away at that and see what we can do. So I'll make a motion that we keep the same format and communication process. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Eric, second. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, abstained, so that one passes. I'll try to see how fast I can.
Yeah.
The next one is official newspaper and legal publications.
So, we have talked informally, because it wasn't in the minutes from last June, but we think it should be the Pioneer Press for any official public notices, but for the most part, the website has taken the
Website,
place of
yeah.
all of this. So, but if you need a newspaper for public notices, I think it should be the Pioneer Press, because the Patch is just sort of not a fully fledged newspaper, you know, I think.
So we have used the Pioneer Press in the past. Apologies if we missed somehow in the notes. I don't know if you
That's
remember,
weird,
but
because I
it was
remember the
Pioneer Press.
conversation,
Yeah.
and I think we suggested,
Yeah.
because the Patch or the Woodbury Bolt,
That's what
they're
people
just
were
starting to go.
remembering too, but it's not in the minutes.
So I would like to motion then that we designate the St. Paul Pioneer Press and our website as our official and legal publications. Second?
I'll second.
Maggie seconded, so all those in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Abstained? Great. Legal counsel for the school,
My recommendation is that you keep the two that we have now, and that's James Martin, who is an employment law expert and can be used for lots of things, and then keep Ratliff, Rozak, Maloney. That's where Laura Booth and Christian Schaefer come from, because they're really the special ed experts, and they have they're up to their eyeballs in our report already. So I think that the consistency there, and they know each other well and they work well together. So I say keep two law firms right now.
any concerns?
What's the name of that? Rat?
Ratwick,
Rat?
I can send you the spelling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the notes, I suppose you can put keeping current.
Okay.
Yep, they're both current. You have contracts with both.
Do we use Jim and all this year?
Yeah.
We did earlier in the year.
Let's do the employment agreement, and among other things.
Some of the whether we can close meetings and whatnot, I had in the past asked him for opinions. Yep. So can I get a motion?
I'll motion to keep or extend the current legal counsel.
I can second that one. All those in favor? Opposed? This one's got it. Eric, is that one finished by you? The box? Or are you taking that home? Let's see how it works.
He didn't open it.
Yeah, open it, pass them around.
Is the chocolate melting yet?
Yeah.
That's our timer.
I'll take another
We
one.
need a
Yeah, we need
marshmallow
another
and
one.
a melting marshmallow.
They became s'mores? I should probably focus here. Where are we at? Academic committee,
Oh, no, sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
E. Student improvement. This was Kate.
So I'm gonna try and go as fast as I can, just because it's hot.
Oh, thanks.
It's just a quick presentation on the data trends that we have here. It's really high level. But a couple of highlights that I just like you to look at when we look at the data. The MSA scores still exceeded the state average significantly, even through the pandemic. Reading scores were relatively unchanged in the MCA data through the pandemic. The math and science scores took a dip but stayed wide. There was an 11% drop on those. Ours is probably consistent to that, but we are starting to see upward trends again. So I'll point some of that out. The younger kids were hit worse than the older kids on their test scores, probably because they had a smaller base of knowledge going into, and there was just so much information that they missed during distance learning. And we still have a lot of work to do to filter achievement gaps in all areas. So these are reading scores. There is no score for 2020 because there was no test. But as you can see, statistically, that's really relatively unchanged. Especially with as small of a population as we have, we didn't really see a lot of big swings. So, reading, the kids did okay in reading in distance learning. They didn't lose a lot.
So, but just quick, if I could.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to go too fast.
No, but unchanged can be good or can be bad, right? So if are we trying to get better? 94
Yeah,
looks
no,
great, but
it's not necessarily
what's that?
good.
Okay.
Under the circumstances of COVID,
Fine.
maintaining
Yeah,
is,
so
Okay.
maintaining is good at this point, but we didn't drop in
Okay.
light of the COVID.
All right.
Moving forward, we always want to be gaining, maintaining
Agreed.
is not as good
Yep.
as gaining.
Thank you.
But these are really high scores, so we get to a point where you get to a high level, when you've got 80-some% of the kids passing, it's hard to go much higher than that. Of course, we'll keep working it, but statistically, that's really a high
Okay.
percentage passing.
State average is closer to half.
Yeah.
50%?
It's significantly above the state average. For math, especially for the sixth graders, we saw a drop off, right? And so that's not necessarily good, but if you look at, these are the sixth graders in 2021, or 2021, 56% were proficient. So these kids, most of them became seventh graders, and we're starting to see that number climb back up. On another real positive note, we're starting to get our placement test scores back. And so the kids are scoring a lot higher, the incoming sixth graders are scoring a lot higher than the last 2 years. So I've been busy readjusting the schedule because we're gonna have a border on whether or not we need 2 sections of middle school math 1, which is the lowest math class we offer. We had 3 this year and they were full. So that is a significant uptick on that. So the question will come to is whether or not we want to have big classes of the kids that are struggling the most or 2 small classes. So we're working through that right now.
Kate, one more process question, just so I understand. So the sixth graders, how long do we have them before they do this MCA test?
They typically take it, the window is between basic
So,
spring break. and
It's most of the year?
Most of the year.
Okay, so it's not like we're taking a fifth grader from somewhere else and hitting them? It was, it's a fair assessment of our sixth grade teaching?
Right,
Okay.
but they've had most of their education.
Was before, sure,
And
yeah.
so as we're starting to see them come in, not quite as low, because they came in really relatively low this year.
With the
They're coming in because of COVID, we're assuming, but, I mean, that would be a pretty healthy assumption. They're coming in higher, so that would mean that it's a lot smaller or when they go up, they are already starting at a higher level. Now the placement tests are nationally known tests, it's just a little chunk of data that we've got, and it's better than it's been, so that's something to look forward to. And you can see as the kids are getting a little bit, the older kids really weren't impacted that much. So it's really goes to say, you know, those early elementary, middle school education is super important. I mean, and when it was interrupted, it's gonna take a little bit to get that back, but we're seeing it starting, so. And as a state, there was an 11% drop in math statewide across the board. So we are, yes, we had the drop, and so did everybody else. So it's nothing special for
But did
us.
we, it seems like we might have dropped more?
Well, we don't know where these kids were before though,
Okay.
you know.
Because they're sixth grade.
But yeah, it's a good solid, there's a gap.
Yeah, okay.
So. Science, it's not surprising that our 8th grade science, this is coming straight out of the pandemic. Science is not, it's harder to teach online than other classes, and we had 42% proficient last year. This year we were up to 62% proficient. So that's, you know, 20-point increase. And we see these same students, when they were in 8th grade, it was 42% proficient. In 9th grade, it's 66% proficient. So it comes back, for science, it came back quick. And we expect that, you know, here we are at 62. I'm assuming next year we'll be right back where we were with those students. So this is percentages proficient. Federal race codes is kind of a weird thing, but there's different ways, there's different coding that the federal government goes for race as opposed to the state, as opposed to whatever. So this is based on the federal race
Race
codes.
ethnicity categories.
Yeah, they have different ways they count it. This is all the kids that took the test combined together. These first two are American Indian and Hispanic. We have extremely small cell sizes, so typically we wouldn't even be able to report this out because it's so few
Like
students
under 5 or
that it
6.
starts to become identifiable. You know, and so these two, not that Hispanic and Native American scores aren't important, they're not big enough to get a lot of, you know, it could be just one kid who's really high performing or one kid that's not really high performing could skew the scores a lot. So, but our authorizer goal is to get down to less than 3.5% between our different cell sizes, right, or our different subgroups. This is Asian, this is African American. We're over 30% gap there, so that's problematic. And there's a over 10-point gap between white and Asian in math. Okay, so math is a still, you know, but I don't know how much of this is coming out of what happened in the pandemic and the interrupted instruction, and there'll probably need to be studies nationwide over time as to which groups got hurt the worst, and how much of that is from the pandemic, how much of that is just achievement gaps that are nationwide. Reading, still really, really high. Our African American students are doing not quite as well, but still 69% proficient, which is still blowing away the state averages. I mean, it's still really high. It's not where we want to be, but the other gaps here are basically reaching our authorizer goals of 3.5% gaps. So now this is everybody lumped together, but we're doing well, except for we have to address this issue. But it takes longer to make an impact on changing reading proficiency than it does for math in terms of, you'll see the bigger drop when there's been an interruption, but it comes back up faster. If the reading had dropped that far, it would be much more concerning about whether or not you could get that back, just because of the way reading is structured.
Just a comment, I think this chart, is kind of a nice sort of dashboard thing for this topic, right? I mean, like you explained it, maybe if you included the state average or if you included the authorizer goal of plus or minus 3%, I could look at that quickly and say, we have some work to do, right?
Yeah.
And
And that's exactly the way we want those dashboard items to look, where you can just look at one graph with, a couple of lines of explanation and be able to get enough information that you could ask questions.
Okay.
So I just had put in the special education and 504 scores just because 504 is kind of, that's not something that's usually tracked by the federal government, and it's kind of different because of what it was that got you a 504. I mean, we have kids who have 504s because they can't climb up the stairs. It's not going to impact, we put them on the elevator or whatever. The special ed, so this is reading and this is math, percent proficient. It's not where we want it to be, but it's phenomenal compared to the state average. It's probably double or more level of proficiency compared to where we are between the rest of the state. So, or probably the nation, really. So that's good. It's maybe not where we want it to be, but it's really nothing to be particularly worried about. Okay, so these are our ECT average test scores. It looks a little scarier than it is because the range here is only from 23 to 30. So that kind of skews how big the drop looks. I haven't really seen data or haven't done a lot of research as to what's happened nationally to ACT scores, but we dropped down right after the pandemic. This is 2021. Starting to come up. 26.2 is our current back of the envelope ACT average because there's still kids taking the ACT. Unlike MCAs, it's a one and done. Kids are still taking ACTs and retaking and working for that higher score. So it's still down from where we were at the top, but that's still a very strong score. So this is how we break down, and again, this is an even tighter thing. This is 24.8 going up to 26.4. So the differences look way bigger than they really are, but you'll see that the math is still at 25.3, which is lower than the rest, which seems to be consistent with the other data we've seen. However, it's not, that's still a really, really strong score. I don't know how our ratings will come out compared to the rest of the state at this point, but we're not the only ones that had the pandemic. Everybody did, so we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
We have been on an ACT score. You gotta keep things that way.
I guess, was there anything actionable on the math, scores?
So what we're doing moving forward, that's a good question. Right now we have 120 students in enrichment academic.
Fantastic, you guys. That's great.
So, Mr. Heyman has rounded them up and they're rolling in on buses every day.
Out there.
They're busy doing academic enrichment, so that helps, and that will help fill some gaps. Also, the strategic plan with our really, really strong focus on the data to identify, because right now,
We don't have good data.
I've heard a lot of trainers refer to this data that we're looking at as autopsy data, like it's over.
Sure.
It's done. That they'll take the test again next year, but it's a different test than the test they took this year. So our strong work on bringing in the PLCs and the student support teams to identify those students early and provide those interventions that they need to help push them along. And part of the thing that's really nice about the way with the PLC is you maintain the rigor for the kids who are getting it. They're still pushed, but we just identify and assist the students that might need that extra skill to get up there. We also have built into our schedule for next year, Ms. Burgraff is going to be doing some intervention. We have a math teacher that's going to do some intervention. So some students, if we have identified that they have some significant skills that are missing, because usually that's what starts to bring those scores down, particularly for a student that's been typically high performing and then they have a drop. They miss something. They don't know how to find a common denominator or add fractions or some task that hurts their whole. She's not doing that part, although I'm sure she'd be great at it. She's going to help with the reading.
Okay.
But to identify those skills, give those levels of support, and bring those students back up to where they need to be. So that's really what a lot of the Success for All student part of the strategic plan was about. It's about trying to fill those gaps and bring those scores up. And I hope next year when we do this, we'll see it'll be much tighter and much higher. So anyway, does anybody have any questions?
So of the 120 students participating in summer school, any particular grade or grades?
Primarily a high percentage of middle school.
Including our incoming sixth graders who haven't been
Oh,
here
that's
before
great.
and they
That's
came
cool.
for summer school.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're having a great time.
They
too. I
are.
mean, they're doing a lot of really fun stuff. We had a crime scene set up down in 103, which is why we're not up here today, for forensic science. But hopefully
And
the
they're
crime will
having
be
fun.
cleaned up and we'll be back down there.
They're playing games.
Yeah,
So,
they're busy.
Appreciate the work. Appreciate the work going through. It is an autopsy, if you will, but I think the ACT scores, MCA scores, all these scores are really helping with our ratings, which is not the only thing we're here for, but it's one of the reasons why we have so many of these sixth graders coming into our school, right? So the extra effort that we can put towards, it's one of those tick marks for results. It's easy for us to compare versus other schools. And when you mentioned the average Minnesota school, I don't want to become, not proud, boastful, or what have you, but what's the right target for us? Is the average Minnesota school the right target, or should we be looking to the national top whatever percent, or at least Minnesota top whatever percent? So I mean, those would be the ones that I don't want to just be happy to say we beat the middle of the
and
road.
I don't think we should be happy with that. I think we shouldn't be happy until we've got every kid doing their absolute best.
Also based on the races and everything, right? So,
Right,
yeah.
and part of the MSA data, and sometimes it can be a cut both ways for a school with high achieving students. Because let's say you are a very high achieving 8th grader. You're a real high achieving 8th grader. He's awesome, he's in integrated math 3, okay? Which is, you are gonna get a test on what you took in 6th grade. So it actually hurts the higher performing students because you saw all the standards that we're going to give you a test on 2 years ago. And so that isn't the best in math. Like in reading, it's not like there's like specific skills. Like now that you know how to, your reading skills continues to build. The math do as well. But what Eric has been learning all year in math class is not going to be on the test. It's going to be on the 11th grade test, which by the time he takes the 11th grade test, he's going to have been, you know, so that's just a side note on the MCAs, but I think for sure every kid, we need to be pushing all of them, and that's why looking in the data, we're looking for the kids who are struggling to give them that extra boost without slowing down the growth of the, of the overall class.
Other questions? Yes. Good, thank you for that. So we have election policy update. Anything there?
Thought we were skipping that.
The update?
Oh, the policy.
Policy.
Policy we are skipping,
Yeah.
but we were charged with coming forward with some volunteers for replacing teacher board members, and this item is here on the agenda.
Yeah.
So, do we just want to share our recommendation?
Yeah.
So Wendell, who's here tonight, Wendell Sutton was the other candidate who ran on the ballot with Lisa Anderson. Lisa has resigned her position, so our recommendation would be that Wendell be seated in Lisa's place. And then that's a 3-year term. And then Teresa Ward is interested in filling in for Annie's last 1 year left on her term. So that would be our other recommendation. We held off on dealing with Sandy's board role because we had 2 to bring you so far. So
That's what we would recommend to do for those 2 positions.
And then the other recommendation that we have is that the board consider going back to the requirement that all teachers need to serve
on the board,
which might make it easier to get teachers. And then a third thing that we talked about, and I know this group has talked about before, is whatever the board decides to do about number of board roles or moving forward these teachers, we'd like the conversation to come back again to, if you're gonna change the bylaws, consider making it at least, like if you keep 4 teacher members, at least 2 need to be middle school, you know.
And if teachers have to run, then we're not trying, because that's part of the problem. And that we need middle school teacher voices. We need them badly. They're not running for a myriad of reasons, but and at one time, we all had to run. And then once you served, you'd have
some grace.
You'd have grace where you wouldn't have to go on there. Now, if I wanted to run again, I can. I don't have to not run, but I have the opportunity to not have to run. And depending on how many teachers there are, and depending on numbers, it could be 2 years, 3 years, depending. And then your name's thrown back in the hat again to run for the board.
So one thing that we've already done to kind of help balance this out is one of the complaints from teachers is, well, we also are required to serve on 3 governance committees, or 2 if you're new. Well, we changed that already in the staff handbook. 1 if you're new, 2 if you're not new. And we're gonna shrink the number of those committees. A lot of it's busy work. We want the teachers to have more time to focus on their instruction. And so we want to take away some of those committees. I think they were there when there wasn't enough of an administrative and office team to do all the work. And now we have a full team of administrators and office staff to do the work. So there doesn't have to be as much of that. And that's that shift from small school to big school too. So
that's our recommendation.
That should clear up some more people.
So potential 2 names, and they were open to serving?
Yep, even starting, right away, so.
Do we want a motion to seat them in July?
No, I think we should still look at the bylaws and try to understand what that should look like moving forward. So I'd prefer that we kind of start with the bylaws and then go from there.
Okay.
Well, I think, or under current bylaws, we kind of have to get the seats filled.
Well,
Just need
within,
a secretary.
but, I can't, what's the wording again? If it's 3 consecutive,
But so like, once the notice that their inability to make the meetings is known, then we have to fill them as soon as possible.
in the past, it's, and again, because it seems to be more teacher positions that this happens to than community members, it's always been who's willing to come in and fulfill the position. But yeah, you can look at it again.
I'm trying to read the bylaws.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
if
that's
we-
fine. Are you looking for another vote situation? Is that what you're looking for? People who run and then are voted in again?
No, I think we established that it was okay to nominate,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
The board can nominate.
The board
We-
can
That's
vote
with the
on
current
these.
bylaw, yeah. we
That's
can
in the
vote-
bylaws.
We can vote on these.
One thing that is in the bylaws though is any nomination serves out a full term. So
The full term.
The full term.
the full term. So I don't think we
the
in our
interim?
bylaws, we couldn't say this is a 3-month,
Okay.
thing. It would have to be full 3 years or a full 1 year.
The 1 year remaining, right? Yeah.
We have the
So-
1 year and
so
the
then
3
is-
year.
So then is your concern then they are seated and then the changes wouldn't take effect necessarily soon? It would have to wait until June and then, and is that what you're
Don't-
thinking? Like if we're changing the structure of the board,
Yes, I mean, let's say, this is just hypothetical.
Yes.
Because I have no indication of what we would do. Let's say that there's only one teacher member on the board going forward. Or let's say that it's one teacher member and then it's all parent community here, like there's no, you have to have this many and this
Yep,
many and
yep.
this many. It just becomes kind of, as we grow bigger, okay, this allows for a broader perspective and different people to come to this board that potentially might not have been able to before. Then depending upon the current composition of the board, first of all, I wouldn't want anybody to feel pressured to resign. That
To
would
leave,
be
yeah.
uncomfortable. But then second of all, it would just create that kind of weird.
but could it be like it moves toward it? So then, cause there'll be 2 teacher, like how many positions will be open next spring? So then how does the voting look then? It doesn't, cause they wouldn't start till June, I don't know.
Because if I remember, so the seat we need to fill for Annie is for 1 year and I
Yes.
have 1 year left?
Sheree,
I have 1 year left.
So if we made this adjustment if we made the new bylaws, if we choose to reduce members, if we made it effective in June, it would just be with the natural expiration of 2 seats. And then it's also happening during kind of that normal changeover, so it's not like a mid-year, our board is changing in the middle of in the middle of the school year. So I think.
I mean, and that gives us time then to have teachers vote on it as well and look forward to what that looks like. If it's not 4, is it now 3? Is it 2? What is, and I don't know. And then, like we're saying middle school voices, but at the same time, is that wearing a board hat or a teacher hat? You know what I mean? I'm really struggling with that tonight. I keep coming back to that with, when I look at things. Right, and I keep coming back to that like, okay, well, we want middle school voices for the school. So whether that's a teacher, or community member, or parent, that's not a bad
I
thing.
think they're having a different experience, so
Yes.
they bring that experience,
Yes.
but then hopefully put the.
Well, and we're finally at a point, because like when I was a student here, I think you guys taught, you were both middle and high school.
Yes,
Like everybody was.
yes.
So,
Some still are.
I'll be a little bit contrarian on that. I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
the middle school versus the high school. But if as a board, our charter is to ensure the success of all students through what the plans are put in place, then why do I care? I'm saying this
Yes.
super,
No.
why do I care if it's a middle school or a high school? Because the success of all students
Is the
should be our
success of all
goal.
students.
Is
I mean,
the success of all students.
It is, of course. I do think that the teachers from the middle school bring a different experience, and the
Absolutely.
same as the parents of middle
Or a
school.
parent or anybody else, yeah.
Can I bring us back? I'm just thinking, like, we have a question tonight, which is like, we have 2 recommendations of names. There may be one more coming, but I guess what do we want to do with that? Do we want,
I guess I would say if we look at the vacancies stuff here, just if I want to be really, really specific on this, the only spot where we talk about anything not related to missed meetings says vacancies in membership positions exclusive of regular elections shall be filled by a majority vote of the board. That one sentence doesn't have a time, doesn't have it just says it needs to be filled by a majority vote of the board. The sentence before is vacancies in officer positions, and the sentence after is vacancy upon 3 consecutive missed meetings without hearing from the missing board member. By written resignation or dismissal for cause. So written resignation,
we have,
then strike that because that's not included in that comment because it literally says by written resignation if you didn't hear. So we've already had resignation, so technically that sentence then doesn't apply to the ones that we're talking about. I'm kind of splicing hairs right now. What I'm saying is, the way I read it, we could probably say there's no obligation from a time perspective for us to fill those spots.
So then the question is, does it benefit the school to bring in additional? I mean, so we can always take an input, you don't have to be sitting at the board, so the question for us is, does it benefit the school to have additional folks sit while we sort out the bylaws? That I don't know the answer
Knowing that
to.
if we brought in additional teachers, it would create terms for teachers longer into the future. Granted, only a year for one or two, then 3 years for another.
I would feel more comfortable with the short-term ones, only because I don't know, we haven't decided yet what's the best setup in the bylaws, and 3 years is a long time to wait for results.
We didn't deal with Sandy's, but Sandy has 2 years left on her term, so you could ask, Teresa to serve the 1, Wendell to serve the 2, and then you could deal with the 3-year one at a future date. Decide what, after you talk about your bylaws, that's one thing to think about.
So for tonight's
Yes, but I
session,
don't want an even number. Yeah.
would
I
it
don't
make?
think we need to see anybody tonight.
No, but I'm wondering, would it make sense to put them on the agenda next month and just say, here's,
I'm thinking we should seat them next month at the beginning of the meeting.
after we vote, so I would say that it would be a discussion and decision item, this person for this role, this person for this role, and then we have a month to think about. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Do you want to vote tonight on
No,
those?
no, next month.
Or we'll vote on
Put it
that?
on next month's agenda.
We discussed it
And then
tonight.
invite, and have them come to the meeting, and then if we approve it, we can seat them next month.
I think so. And what do you? I want the board, I don't want just me or Jeff or who, I mean, we all need to decide together what's the best for the school. I'd feel more comfortable having a vote, but it
Definitely
maybe,
would want to vote. I think the
Well-
question is, are we sufficient with 6, or do we want 8? For,
I'd like an odd number.
one more.
And how long, like, if we started to look at it, like in the governance, how long would it take to make a recommendation? Like, if we
Well,
only want one teacher
If
because of the
way-
report,
The way I'm understanding the bylaws, if after someone's missed a third meeting, they have to be replaced.
unless
Okay.
it's by written resignation or resolution from cause.
Well, and it's 3 in a row.
Both those apply, so that's.
So
That's
it's
it.
gonna take longer than 3 missed meetings before we could possibly get the bylaws changed. So I feel like we need to seat somebody so we stay in compliance with our bylaws.
But that is only around written resignation. It doesn't count if it's a written resignation or dismissal for cause. So the 3 consecutive meetings is off the
Well,
table.
the way I'm interpreting it is if they're leaving for giving formal notice, that's when the as soon as possible starts.
No, it's the opposite. But the only
Actually,
place you'll be
here.
out of compliance is if you don't get a secretary next month. That's where you'll be out.
Yeah, that one has a 30-day clock.
Otherwise, you're not out of compliance.
So 2 observations. I would like more than 6 on the board, I think.
Yeah.
I'd like a little larger board so that would invite a teacher or 2. But then the other thing is these teachers and us will be faced with the question of whether we will ongoing basis have 3 teachers or 4, right? So the very people that just joined the board will also be deciding whether they will remain
Yes.
on the board for more than a year or 2, and then that's it. And if I were joining there, I would have different opinions because, they might obviously want to be on the board to increase the size, to not just give their opinion, but to be actually a voting member. So, once again, I don't know where that drives us in terms of a, decision or not, but I think those are 2 things to take into consideration. I would want, though, an option to seat a teacher, at least one teacher, the next meeting. At least the option. We'll have that discussion to your point. Have a vote.
What if we did it this way for next month? The order of business for these 2 would be the first, we'll discuss bylaw updates.
Yeah.
Well,
And then the second would be, depending upon that discussion, I'm just trying to think of if we do, let's say, we want to seat 1 teacher next month, we agree that that's the right thing to do. I feel like it should be after at least some discussion, maybe
Yeah.
not a decision yet, but at least a discussion that we're in the general right direction for where we want to go as a board.
Does that make sense?
I feel more comfortable with that, because I don't want to shoot first and aim later, that's what I'm struggling with here. But I also agree, we've had 9 in the past, I thought that worked well. You know, you're missing 1 or 2, you can easily get by. We have 6, we miss 1 or 2, that's a deal breaker, we don't have a quorum anymore, I mean, so I, if you guys are okay with it, we've spent a fair bit of time on this topic, it's a very important one. I like the idea of putting some structure to the agenda next month, such that we do it in the right order, get our minds in the right space, and then we have a couple of teachers that could fill in. If we come back and say we need 2, then we slot those in. If we need 1.
We did see Sandy first as a interim position until we helped, because we've.
I remember that.
Because, for 3 months, because she was filling a seat that was duly elected, but hadn't taken their seat yet, so we felt the need to have another election for that seat. So we've set a precedence of seating interim members with a shorter.
Right, well, but
To finish the term.
they would finish the term, so here we're saying fit to finish would be minimum of 1 year, and then the other would be 2 years.
That's true.
It would be easier if we were.
So the
6
third
months.
spot that's open for Lisa is kind of that situation where we had,
No, but she was never seated.
she was never seated, so if we follow what we did last year, we'd seat someone temporarily for 3 months and then have an election for that spot,
Which was weird.
which was weird.
Okay, I'm gonna propose that, I guess, if you wanna send whatever the legal recommendations you have for the bylaws, send that over. I will take an action to look at the bylaws, and based upon some of my past experience and whatnot, maybe.
We might need to consult our lawyer to make sure that.
We've done a little bit of that already, just to kind of.
Connect with them.
Yeah, so we just need to pool all that together and probably feed that to you, so. I feel like we have a workable solution for next month. I don't want to kick the problem down the way, but I do think.
Do you want us to find a third possible person? Or do you want, or is that part of the discussion in July?
For next month, 2 should be enough, and then if we need
That's
an extra.
what our instinct was already,
Yeah.
that we didn't want to like, just take it in some chunks.
I mean, if somebody comes and says, I saw the meeting and I would really like to volunteer, I would like to know who that is, and.
Sure.
And we can entertain that, yeah. Okay. Good, everyone? We're really pushing it here, let's see, expansion committee. So, this one, what I'll just say quick, because thanks so much for carrying on the progress while I was traveling. What my understanding is we have 3 names, that a lot of vetting has been done. Please stop me where I'm wrong. But we did try to pull out the information, just so if you did see the information, please delete it or what have you, because it does kind of hurt the school a little bit to have some of this competing information, and it may also negatively impact the different folks, and we want to be fair to everyone. So that should be removed from the public version, and was out there briefly. So what we're asking here tonight is, the expansion committee has made a lot of progress. We had hoped to have an update by last Thursday with these folks, the top 3 folks coming in and saying, we want to be your builder's representative, if you will, so that we could bring that person here tonight. That schedule didn't quite work out for a number of reasons, so now what we're doing is, I think it's next week, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday this week, yeah, it feels like it should be next week, it's this week, Thursday. And we're gonna have the same thing that we were trying to get last week, so that'll be Thursday night. We're gonna have, I think myself, Eric, you cannot make it, unfortunately. So, and you'll be there, and I'm planning to be there. I will be flying in, so depending on the flights, I'll go straight there. And listening to the 3 proposals. So tonight, what we're asking for is if you can empower this committee, if you will, for this bit, which is selecting the top one based on that feedback and bringing that back to the board. So the board will still get to make, this is a very, very big decision. So what we're asking for is not for you to completely give all decision over to the committee, but we need to keep making progress because we're under the 8 ball, if we were trying to really
Committee
keep.
needs to be empowered to make a choice on which one, and then we'll bring it to the board.
We'll bring it to the board. It's a lot of money, and it may be more money with the interest rates. I'm scared to ask what that will be now, but it's a lot of money. It's not fair for the committee to make this decision, so the recommendation will come back of the top one. So what we're asking for tonight is can this board say, committee, please come back with your top recommended choice, And then that will be in the July session. So we'll ask that number 1, 2, or 3 to come back to the July session with, this is how much money it's gonna cost, this is what we're gonna provide you.
Are they gonna come with, is the representative themselves going to
They
come
should
and give
come
a pitch?
to the board meeting.
It's something the board can decide if you want them to come or not. Hopefully when they come, they'll be coming with a contract too, and you're gonna work on, negotiating the contract.
So I feel like at some point, we should meet whoever we
Yeah,
get.
well, and I think you absolutely need to meet them. It's a matter, I mean, I think that they should come and you need to see who the people are, because then we'll be moving to the next step, which will, we'll have selected them. Now, the real work, I mean, it feels like this was real work, but it wasn't the real work, this was the pre-work. Now, then the real work is gonna begin, and we will need all kinds of input from all
So-
kinds of people.
To build on that, because I was thinking through this, with our smaller board, 3 people can attend that session. Eric, if you're not there, someone else could step in. 4 should not. We only have 6 people on the board, so 4th would make it a quorum.
4 would make it a quorum, 3 is,
I mean, in the past, we've had 3, and I thought that was great. So I feel this is, but I think.
We're down to 6.
Now we're down to 6.
Probably should be just
2.
2,
Yeah.
I think, 2 would be safe. 3 is questionable, and I don't want anyone to come back and go, you had a
Sure.
quorum.
Because, well, that and there is actually a couple scenarios probably where we could make it, the vote work with, 3 people or being the quorum. So, I don't know, it gets,
So anyways,
it's messy.
that's one of the reasons why we, eventually, it'd be nice to have a bigger board, so we have a few more people. But, so the next Thursday, this Thursday, we will have an update with the 3 coming in, giving their presentation why they're the best fit, and we'll have a tough decision to make Thursday night as well. So I guess I'd like to make the motion to empower that committee to be able to select the representative and bring it back to the July meeting.
I'll second that.
I'm just trying to think what we need to what you're actually empowering them to do, because the committee would have done that anyway.
So the committee doesn't have decision-making ability,
Well,
so.
this isn't decision-making ability, really. It's just
I
gonna
think
present-
the argument is whittling down to one, a big enough decision.
Well, that's also an issue because, seeing the 3 responses to the RFPs, one of the key decisions will be fee structure, and they're all different.
Yeah.
So, 2 people who are non-experts, and plus staff who are gonna help, I'm not sure we have the knowledge to whittle it down to 1. We might, I just don't know.
But you'll need to because you don't want to mess up this timeline. You don't have
Well, yeah,
a
but I
week to
mean,
spare.
then choosing a less than great selection process rather than having this whole board maybe looking at it, I don't know. I understand the timeline, I'm just,
So, fair point, we do have some folks with some expansion committee experience on the expansion committee, and anyone in the public is welcome to sit in and help us. I think we need to limit the board members, because that's the rule, but we do still need to keep
Absolutely.
making progress. Let's, yeah, I mean, fair point. Other
So-
concerns?
I have a question about
Yeah.
So the decision to keep it moving along, you need to choose somebody before the board approves?
So if you think
Is that-
about the expansion timeline, we've already made that decision. That timeline has been set by the board for 6 or 9 months.
I mean, picking the one bidder.
So
You
if I,
need to pick them before we meet again, is that what you're saying?
we would have liked to have had already that last week, and that didn't work
okay.
out. So we pushed hard to get it before this meeting, and it didn't happen.
So what I think he's saying is they're gonna pick somebody,
Right.
but then before we make it finally official and sign the contract, we will be doing that at the July board meeting. So we still get our chance to ask our couple questions and.
So we've already, as a board, we have approved the 9th graders coming in, right? We've approved the expansion of students. We're already doing that. Kids have been notified and it's coming in. So that's not the question. The question that we're doing right now is who's the best fit for our school to meet this timing, because we have families impacted already because we've already decided to expand. We cannot not expand. We cannot kick it down another year. If we do, we're gonna have a whole onslaught of folks that are stuck in the middle without a building to be living in and working in.
That's not what I was asking.
So what I'm saying is the timing.
Just wondering.
The timing has already been set, so we're trying to now go backwards a little bit and have the committee bring it back for approval on the following month.
Okay.
So
We're
it's not.
trying to fix the timeline as quick as we can.
Okay.
By empowering the committee to bring forth a recommendation for the board to approve.
Which I agree with Jeff, we could do, but it's also nice to have the board say, check, please go do this and come back. It's just maybe a nicety, maybe it's not required.
Well, I mean, what's gonna happen is, you may or may not reach a decision. You will have to negotiate a contract. You bring a contract to this board, it's gonna be one group, and maybe the decision point is gonna be so narrow that by the time you negotiate that contract, and half of us may like it and half of us may not, then we're gonna use the same argument saying, oh, but we gotta push this timeline or else we're not gonna make it. And I'm gonna feel bad sitting in that meeting going, yeah, but I gotta decide based on the qualifications and best proposal, not the timeline. Because this thing is gonna be somewhere between 500 and $1 million minimum in terms of their fee. And just eyeballing it, it's $1 million decision. Pick the right group that's gonna pick the right general contractor to set this whole thing down the road. And every meeting, I feel like we're being pushed and pushed and pushed to meet the deadline, which we should. I get that. But it just seems like as critical as we gotta make the right decision. And we keep putting ourselves in a position of not giving us the best chance to make that decision.
I would say that if you guys have the meetings and it is a hard choice, I would be fine having a special board meeting
Yeah.
to help have that conversation ahead of time and just get it down. Because we may have to have, if you whittle it down to two, we may have to have both of them come and give a presentation to the board.
And we may get the one, we would get lucky. Then we save, we caught up and save some time.
But I'm fine with the plan of
So,
whittling it down to one and bringing it to the board unless it's just an absolute hard decision and then we can reevaluate.
Do you feel comfortable making the decision, the two of you?
well, I'm gonna.
It's the expansion,
but-
it's the expansion committee,
It's the whole
right?
expansion committee, there's quite a few.
Oh, the
that
whole
are on
expansion committee makes the decision.
Yeah.
And it's not one meeting, I mean, it's been years, right? I mean, we've been working on this for years.
Yeah, but we're down
And
to
there
the
are
wire.
others on the committee that have been through this with other schools in the Woodward area, they've had some experience as well.
And also in
there's
that
somebody that
professional,
has
the life cycle fitness,
And
something
somebody
like
that
that.
runs RFPs.
Yeah. I mean, that's our community, we have to lean on them as much as we can, yeah. So, do we want to take a vote? Do we have a motion
Sure.
to come back with a recommendation? Did you second, Eric?
I did second, yeah.
Other discussion? Otherwise, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstain? So 5-1, 0 abstentions there. Okay. Staff handbook approval?
So, no substantive changes, I guess a couple of things. We clarified a lot of HR processes. We made it clear in many places that staff are at will, right? And that's just, we wanted to be redundantly clear. So the teacher evaluation process, the discipline process, we made it very clear that these are tools that may be used by administration, don't have to be used by administration. Paid time off and things like that, this was written purely from the teacher perspective, so we laid out the difference between office staff, administrators, teachers, EAs. And the only other big thing is we made it clear that you need to request to use your paid time off instead of requiring, instead of just saying, I'm taking it out. So that's about it. We had the lawyer look it over a little bit. We had our HR firm look it over a lot. We took out all the forms at the back. The forms can be in the teacher tools and in the administrative Google Classroom. We don't need to have forms in the manual. The teachers had a chance to see this. I think it's ready to go, unless anybody has any questions. It's a better document now, and shorter.
At 32.
So you want to sign here? You want to sign
Motion
there, or
to
what?
approve the handbook. I motion to approve the handbook.
Further discussion? Got those first and
So
seconds?
the copy that you sent us, did you redline the changes that you made?
No, but if you want a red line one, I can get it too, but I didn't.
Okay,
It's
so
been-
that's my misunderstanding, because I thought you made very few changes, because nothing was redlined.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't make any comparisons then against.
I apologize.
the current.
You know, I think we made it HR helpful and HR compliant essentially. Those were the two things that were, it was really a difficult tool for us to use. There was a lot of confusing language. There was some language in there that made it seem like we were union, and so our lawyer recommended we get that language out of there, or not union.
And this one, do we have HR firm go through it? Yeah,
Yep,
right.
our new paid HR administrator, Kraus Anderson, went through it, and then Laura had seen some problems in it. She didn't read the whole thing, but she had seen some problems, so. But, it's all clear, and we've answered all the teachers' questions, and they're all on
One of
board.
the biggest things that's out of it is
Right,
there's probably
Connie.
6 or 7 pages of language about what it means to be absent for the day, which was almost unreadable. As a new administrator, I had no idea what people were
Well,
supposed to
it
do.
really
There may or
was.
may not be a teacher if you're sick, and beyond that, it's hard to know. I mean, so a lot of that was just language that didn't make sense or didn't really belong in the staff handbook.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry, this is just I signed as chair for you, Cody, and then you're the member, I think.
And then Maggie signed.
And then Maggie signed as vice chair to give me in, I don't know.
Okay.
Hopefully that's good. But, so, other questions on this one? Are we okay to go to vote? So, yes, I'm seeing some yeses. So all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
So 5-1. This version passes. But I do think that it's nice, and in the future, the red lines are easier to follow
Yeah.
from a blank one, so that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, it's my fault, I didn't realize we made changes.
No, I apologize for that. It's been a bugger to get so many of these documents ready.
So did we pull out I?
Yep.
Okay, so we're on to J, crisis
This
806.
one's quick. Last time I came with this, crisis management policy kind of drafted, and you guys raised some good questions. I went back and found, first of all, I'd been working with an old version, which I uncovered all kinds of secrets about how these policies are stored now that I didn't know before. But this one is now very simple. It's exactly like the MSBA model policy. We just made executive director. We just made some tiny changes. You can see the red lines. There's very little. This follows the MSBA
Who's the
model
building
policy.
administrator?
What?
Who's the building administrator?
That would be the two principals. So, essentially, Dr. Hinton is for B, C, and D, and Mr. Heyman is for A. So, but otherwise, this follows exactly the model policy, so it should be really simple for you guys. Very few changes.
I motion that we approve the 806. So, 1 second.
I'll second it.
Further discussion?
I have a question about it.
Yep.
In the last meeting, you said under 4 sample procedures included in this policy, you said all of those sample procedures were going to be removed.
Right, and so now we will have them.
They're back in.
Yep, so, and they
Okay.
will, that's why I wanted to get them out of here, because they change, so it's kind of a pain, but this is what the model policy says, that they're actually in here. So it's the only policy that kind of violates that rule, that it actually includes procedures. But, so Mrs. Stout right here will be updating those procedures this summer, and we'll have them included.
Further questions, discussion?
Who seconded it?
I think I first did it, seconded it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes, no? So,
Oh,
yeah?
I just saw, the date, July 18th.
Oh, whoops, yeah, good question.
Okay,
Should be
with that
June.
change.
June 18th, probably.
It should be June,
Yeah.
maybe?
20th,
June 20th?
or we push it off to next month.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, you know why it says that?
Yeah.
Because first reading, second reading.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Okay.
Oh,
Woo.
okay.
So we're not voting to approve it,
Because-
we've just done our first reading.
Yep.
Because
I withdraw my
technically,
seconding of
it's
the
so
motion.
different from that last one I brought you, I guess, so
Well, it
maybe.
was listed as approved, so it should have been first
So
reading.
there's no motion for this one this time then?
You
I'm
could,
motioning.
you could go either way.
So 806 needs to be in next month.
Sorry. That's right,
Okay.
because it's just so different than the one I
First
brought you
reading.
before.
All right, good, future items,
No,
so
we have,
So the one,
we have the
Oh.
other policies that we pulled off of the consent.
I should have added it, yep, okay. So you had a comment
I'll
on this
make
one?
this really quick. So policy 205, page 21 in all policies, 21 out of 92. If you look at number 7, talks about coaches, closed meeting, and it seems like A and B have nothing to do with having it be a closed meeting or not. And one would even argue that it kind of goes against some of our at-will language.
Sorry, Jeff, what page again?
It would be
21.
21.
92
Okay, thank you.
policies. Find that.
Under 7,
Yes, it says coaches, opportunity to respond.
Oh, yeah.
So this is about closed meetings, like what should be closed, can be closed, may be closed. And the first two items doesn't really have anything to do with whether the meeting is closed. And in fact, the added language might actually be a little bit confusing with us treating coaches, which are employees for us, they're not always employees, but for us they are employees, that we would normally follow an employee.
So would it make-
Complaints or whatever, so maybe just take out A and B. And let's see. It's probably with me more. Well, and actually the A, B, and C, because really D and E have to do with it being a placement.
is there a specific reason why coaches are in here separate
I
from
have no clue. That's all.
other employees?
Uh,
Like that's maybe.
Is this talking about when the coach isn't in, because aren't there cases
I
where?
don't know, it doesn't differentiate.
So I think this might be responding to like, regular typical school district where the coach might be like coming on and then there's our coach contracts are really, they're time certain. It's this season, this amount of money, sign here, there's no expectation.
And they're employees, right, so they
They're
have all those other
employees.
protections or at will, so.
Right, so, but there's no expectation that it would be continuing, whereas like maybe at Woodbury High School, the varsity football coach is the varsity football coach. But I think that the purpose of this might be just to protect a coach from, an angry parent whose kid didn't get enough playing time and throwing a
Well,
little.
that's actually what I thought this was about, because the red line literally says the existence of parent complaints must not be the sole reason, so clearly that was added for a reason.
But it shows up in the workplace, which is about open and closed meetings.
Are these
That's
red
true.
lines
It's just
internal or are they from?
These are from the
MSA.
model school board, the School Board Association model policies. So,
So would it be better, Jeff, instead of canceling A, B, and C, getting rid of D and E and having that be like referencing the open or close for an employee meeting? Or, because that's a statutory requirement, right?
What's a
For closed
statutory?
meetings, closed meeting
Yeah.
for discussion about a person because of
Well, that's
data.
why you would keep C, D, and E, because, or D and E, A, B, and C have nothing to do with the policy listed.
Does any other employee have the right to a closed meeting just because they want one if they're being dismissed?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Yes,
anybody
they
else
do.
does.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's what we're saying, it's kind
That's
of.
noted elsewhere in this agreement, or in this.
I'm
policy
wondering
as well.
if this is because sometimes coaches have, in other schools,
They may be, any
Vol-
kind of
I've
volunteers.
seen get mad at the coach for some reason or another and you're just done, like, done, at the end of the season. Now, maybe you could save yourself, maybe you couldn't, but as, if your principal doesn't want you and you're the basketball coach,
Right.
life can be really hard then.
so we're not, the way it's written, we're not granting them any extra things that any other staff member would have.
Correct.
well, this you guys don't legally have to do that.
Exactly.
So,
like, for instance, the existence of a parent complaint must not be the sole reason. That seems to give yet another reason to fight termination. So if you're at will, there's no reason to have that. Also, it says you have within 14 days of that decision, let's see, you have 10 days to state the reason in writing. Statutorily, it's 15 days.
I mean, maybe you just want to pull this policy and we can get a little more advice on it, and you can take it back up in July, because I'm worried about making changes that cause the schools some liability.
Good idea.
So maybe
Good
the
catch,
voters
Jeff.
just pull
Yeah,
this out
pull it out.
and then
Yep.
vote on other things.
Nice job reading all
Yeah.
20 of those.
Yeah.
Say I read the red book.
So I can, or Jeff, you want a motion to pull that one out?
So
or-
I'll move
I
to,
don't think we made a first motion.
yeah, we didn't.
Oh.
So how about to approve the policies?
The remaining?
The red line
remaining
policies with the exception of.
And policy 205, the.
Next month.
Panel and the final reading. But everything else should be.
I
You
can,
have that written down.
Yeah.
Move to approve the remaining policies with the exception of policy 205, which we will review in July.
I believe that works.
yeah. I can, you want to second it?
I can second the motion.
Eric seconds. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Great. So we have passed. Now, who's going to do that one? 205?
We,
Administration?
yep.
Okay. Thank you. We're missing Michelle.
What?
Normally Michelle would do that. All right.
So who's taking that one? You taking that one?
Administration.
So now we're okay to move to 16?
Yes.
So we had one thing we couldn't do, which was the appoint the MSA building company. We weren't quite ready for that one, so that'll be next month. I have listed to be determined by the 2022-23 board chair. We can come back on this one. And anything, unless you guys want to cover it, so plus or minuses for tonight?
It's hot.
Temperature, you notice?
I just have to say, we all did a fantastic job staying on track. So kudos. It's late, which is the negative, but we all did really well, which is awesome.
It's a good pressure test for us with cranking the heat up and keeping us here late.
We kept
I didn't, and I would say, I knew it was gonna be a long meeting, we just had a lot of things to cover. And so, and we tried to pare it down as best we could, but
Will July be shorter?
that's a good question. Hope so. So June's a big one anyways, because it's reset the board, everything, so.
Yeah.
So thanks for hanging in there, everyone. I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn at 10:08, apologies for that. That was a quick second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great,
What do we need to
motion
do to
adjourned.
clean it up?
Yeah.
Steve, what do you think?
What should I do with the key to the secretary desk?
We could have like
You can give it to me for now.
that table, great kids,
I have a-
there, but these two just move this